Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Members, I wish to inform you that the Speaker will not be in the chamber today or tomorrow. He is currently in hospital undergoing a minor procedure and hopes to be back later this week, and I think we all wish him well. I also want to advise members that the Speaker has been notified by the nominating officer for Sinn Féin that Sinead Ennis has been nominated as Deputy Chair of the Justice Committee. And I also want to advise members that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill received Royal Assent on the 16th of May 2024. It will be known as the Hospital Parking Charges Act, Northern Ireland 2024, and is a Chapter 2. So the next item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement, and I want to remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will also not be taking any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. So I call Pat Sheehan first.
Today is World Bee Day. The United Nations has named today, May 20th, World Bee Day, to make people aware of the importance of bees, the threats they face, and what we can all do to help them. Human activities put pollinators such as bees, butterflies, and bats at risk. However, pollination is essential to life. If there were no bees, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, many fruits and vegetables would not exist, and 75% of agricultural crops would not be able to grow. Pollinators therefore contribute to food security and biodiversity. Members will be aware that there are 3 beehives here on the Stormont estate. They have been here for 5 years, and in 2023 the Stormont estate was designated a conservation area for the Irish bee. Those beehives are indeed a great facility, as they give members, staff and visitors the chance to learn about bees and to make people think about the plants that they grow in their own gardens. We need to take action now to help bees and other pollinators. There are plenty of simple, practical things that anyone can do. For example, setting native plants in their garden that flower at different times of the year, not mowing the lawn in the month of May, and even putting a small bowl of water out in the garden so that the bees have water to drink. It is time to act. 35% of the world's bees are currently endangered. Our very existence depends on the bees. There is a long tradition of beekeeping in this country. Our ancestors before us understood the importance of bees, and if we take action now, that tradition will live on for a long time and will be to the advantage of us all. Thank you.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Principal Deputy Speaker, on Saturday past I attended a service to commemorate on the murder of Reginald McCollum, who was murdered 30 years ago on Saturday in Armagh. Reggie was 19 years of age. 19. He knew him as Reggie. Reggie had been 2 years younger than me, and just a typical young fella, worked for a local farm, done all what young fellas did, probably things they shouldn't be doing. But Reggie's biggest crime was he went on a night out to Armagh. That was his biggest crime. Removed from a chip shop at 2 o'clock in the morning, tortured and murdered. Now that's not all that the McCollum family had to suffer. Reggie's grandmother was blown up by a baby trap bomb a few miles from the village of Sandholes. He then lost his brother to an IRA mortar attack in Katy, South Armagh. Again, the crime that young fella committed was he was driving a crane. That was his crime. So Reggie was 19 when he was murdered. tragically taken from us. But as we hear from day to day, there was no other alternative. And after all that trouble that the family went through, then his father died 5 months later of a heart attack. The man didn't die of a heart attack, he died of a broken heart. So the McCollum family was at that service on Saturday, and I don't know how they did it, to be honest. But they went and they commemorated Reggie's passing 30 years ago, and a typical family in Northern Ireland that suffered so much, but you don't hear them. You just get on with life day by day and you don't hear from them. So I pay tribute to them, and I pay tribute to Reggie, the young fellow that I knew whenever I was growing up as well, and he should still be here. Thank you, Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Keith. I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Almost 1 month ago, I was grateful to have had the opportunity to present a petition to the Speaker in this chamber on behalf of over 3,500 people, calling on the urgent commissioning of adult ADHD services in Northern Ireland. This is an essential first step to give hope and support to the thousands of adults potentially living here with ADHD and who have masked their symptoms all their lives while the science and evidence highlighting the condition has improved. Today I speak on behalf of those who have received that crucial and life-changing diagnosis but are now unsure of their continued access to medication due to shortages. Principal Deputy Speaker, it is well known this is due to a global shortage of medication and the rise in those being diagnosed. However, here in Northern Ireland, we are more acutely affected because patients face significant difficulties obtaining access to specialists to speak to about their ADHD. Over the last week, I have received concerned and stressed messages from adults and parents who feel they're on a countdown until they run out, and telling people to seek advice from the specialist teams is nothing short of laughable, with the majority of individuals unaware of what this actually even means. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm aware the Health Minister is confident this will, at the very latest, be resolved by September, but that's 4 months away and it's not good enough. What happens if it isn't? What do people do until then? Is the Health Minister aware of the impact having to withdraw from the medication will have? Is he aware of the impact it has on the ability and performance of those who need it in schools and universities? The anxiety many are living with as they slowly run out of a product that allows them to function in their daily lives? Principal Deputy Speaker, ADHD is a serious condition, but the interventions can be relatively quick and easy to do. It doesn't take more money being thrown at it. All it requires is the will and motivation to do what's right. I urge the Health Minister to do all he can to address this before September, alongside urgently commissioning adult ADHD services here. People living with the condition are becoming desperate, feel forgotten about, and the ripple effect lack of support has on people with ADHD is colossal. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call Alan Chambers.
Principal Speaker, in early March, the Minister for Infrastructure announced a £460,000 resurfacing project for Groomsport Roundabout in Bangor. It was obviously an end-of-year budget spending exercise because nobody had asked for this work to be done. It was advertised to be due to start on the 19th of February, and it was due to last for 6 weeks. So 8 weeks later, I asked the Minister through a question, when was the job going to be complete? And he said that it was substantially complete on the 19th of April. That was 8 weeks after the start of the work. And I've asked him then a further question, but when is it actually going to be finished, resurfaced? And I got two answers on the same day, one telling me that it would not be complete until the 26th of May, which is some 13 weeks from the start of the job. The other answer that I got, I asked what arrangements were in place to deal with the traffic disruption over the weekend, and I was rather shocked to get a reply that full road closure has been planned to resurface the roundabout over 2 consecutive weekends, 18th and 19th of May and 25th and 26th of May, weather permitting. And he gave me some information, scant information, about how his department was going to meet the challenge of the traffic disruption. But the weekend that the department chose, what was happening in Bangor? It was the UK Pipe Band Championships, which brought large crowds into Bangor and actually did cause some road diversions to accommodate that. There was a Junior Orange Parade in Donegal on the same day, And at least one of the roads within the vicinity of that roundabout that I witnessed didn't even have a sign up to say road ahead closed, and it was full of jammed traffic, including a TransLink bus, which I don't know how eventually the bus driver got out of that. The traffic was being diverted up a narrow country road where there was heavy-duty agricultural vehicles bringing in the silage, and they were competing with long tailbacks. In fact, I have a photograph of one of the tractors actually jammed against a vehicle with nobody able to go anywhere. Next weekend, when the job is due to be complete, is a bank holiday weekend. So I'm wondering, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, will lessons be learned? Because what the public were saying over the weekend was things like, this is shambolic, this is a joke. But it's not the Minister that to point the finger at, nor is it his department. It's this institution that gets the blame for that type of shambolic lack of planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and I call Cara Hunter.
Mrs. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I also rise today to talk about those living with ADHD in Northern Ireland, and I truly think that people who have an ADHD diagnosis here in the North are treated absolutely appallingly. They face an unbelievable level of challenges to even get a diagnosis. They face years waiting to get a diagnosis. The lack of investment and support by the Department of Health into support services is absolutely shocking, and there's also a huge lack of clarity on how even to get a diagnosis, leaving so many worried and thousands uncertain of how to go for an assessment. The lack of shared care between public and private, the health service, there's so many difficulties there. When you do go private, there's a lack of shared care, and this is causing a lot of confusion, specifically for concerned parents, young people and adults. Last year I met with a student who was attending university and couldn't get access to specialist support on her university campus until her private consultant liaised with her public GP. Sadly, her consultant at the time had taken a long holiday, and this resulted in a lack of support in her academic journey and a lack of support that she needed. But this is just one story of many, and children with ADHD sadly are wrongly labelled and seen as disruptive, problematic, and then for women and girls it can also be particularly difficult in getting diagnosed, as they often do not present typically the same way that boys and men do, and they are more likely actually to be diagnosed with mood disorders or mental health problems. Parents are desperately seeking support, and so rarely do they get it. In my own constituency, there is a huge amount of work to be done by both the Northern and the Western Trust to support these families desperately seeking support for their children. And in the absence of support via the Trust, I'd like to thank ADDNI, who do an incredible job and incredible work with such little money, supporting and empowering children, young people, adults and families all affected by ADHD throughout the North. And one thing I learned recently is there's a genetic component as well to ADHD, and that's something I think we're not educated on at school, and it's something important to raise in this House. I met with ADDNI recently and we touched on the severe anxiety, as mentioned by previous members, about those with an ADHD diagnosis running out of meds. And Ryan Hendry, a man with ADHD, had said, "There's a daily fear of running out of my medication. It feels like a doomsday clock." And these shortages have lasted for 7 months now. That's 7 months that this has been endured by patients with an ADHD diagnosis. And the Department of Health has said that the UK-wide disruption should be resolved by September. But where can those people find support in the meantime, and where can they find those crucial meds that they are so dependent upon? People are spending entire days looking for medications when they work full-time, and it's just not fit for purpose. These medications help them focus, help them with their work, their life and self-regulation, and in their absence so many are struggling. So I'd urgently ask members across this House to keep ADHD at the forefront of their minds, continue the fight and fighting for appropriate services, and I'd ask the Minister to do all he can to help them.
Thank you, Cara. I call Colm Gildernew.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would like to congratulate the Tyrone Under-20s team.
Secured All-Ireland win in O'Muir Park against Kerry. This Under-20 team campaign started their campaign in October through the depths of dark winter nights in Garvaghey. And just to give the context for the achievement they carried off yesterday, they were training since October 3 nights a week. And that's on top of all their other club commitments. And it's also on top of the fact that some of them work, some of them attend school and have all their other parts of their lives to manage. And as an example of that, One particular footballer, Rory McCullough of Loch McCrory, this morning is sitting in A-level at 9 o'clock and will sit another one tomorrow after his win. So this team have brought tremendous pride to their family, to their clubs, to their community and to the entire county of Tyrone. Yesterday's win was also, it has to be said, tinged with sadness, and GA President Jarlath Burns referenced yesterday that there was at least one empty seat in the stadium, and in fact even more. John Rafferty, the brother of yesterday's under-20 captain Michael Rafferty, was killed on the A5 in October 2022. And in fact, John himself had represented Tyrone at under-20 level. Caelan Devlin, actually, who lost his life in March, his brother Niall captained the Tyrone under-20 team at the last time they won this title in 2022. So it is bittersweet in that respect. The game itself was a ferocious competition end to end. I heard Michael Rafferty, the captain, speaking this morning, and he described the intensity of the game. We saw incredible talent on display from both teams, and hopefully this will augur well for Tyrone football, especially given recent McCrory Cup and Hogan wins. And undoubtedly, many of these young players will soon be on Tyrone seniors, and hopefully in the not-too-distant future will play a part in bringing Sam Maguire back to Tyrone. However, today I just want to congratulate the team, to tell them to enjoy their victory, but also to congratulate their management, their mentors, their families, friends, schoolmates and teachers on such a wonderful achievement.
Thank you, Colum. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Today is an important day across the United Kingdom because today many thousands of people will hear the outcome of the infected blood inquiry. Across the United Kingdom, 30,000 people are estimated to have contracted HIV or hepatitis C after being given contaminated blood products in the 1970s and 1980s. 5,000 of those people will have suffered from haemophilia or associated bleeding disorders. And it is estimated that almost 3,000 will have died before they hear the outcome of the inquiry. For all of those who have been impacted, they will be nervous, anxious, and in the words of our colleague and campaigner Nigel Hamilton, also very frustrated that it has taken so long to get to this point. For too long, these people have suffered from a lack of information, obstruction, and prevarication from the world of medicine. And they have waited a very long time for the outcome of this inquiry. Hopefully today they will hear from the government as well about a full compensation scheme. Today we are thinking of those who have been impacted by this, and indeed those who have not seen this day. Hopefully it will be a satisfactory day where people will get answers and where government and medicine and the National Health Service will learn lessons on how to prevent this ever happening again. It has been a stain on our government and health service for too long, and we hope that this will have a satisfactory conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, over the weekend, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency confirmed a significant river pollution incident in the 4 Mile burn in Park 8. This is another utterly appalling and environmentally devastating incident of pollution in my South Antrim constituency. It resulted, it appears, in the death of well over 1,000 trout of varying ages. Anglers have also reported that hundreds of young salmon have also perished. That species is already seriously depleted in terms of numbers and is actually protected by legislation already. All of this comes just days after I reported suspected pollution in the 3 Mile Water River, not that far away from the area I'm talking about, and following a statement I made in the Assembly on the 12th of March when I spoke of reported and confirmed pollution on the 6 Mile Water River in the Ballyclare and Doak areas. One of those incidents on that occasion was later confirmed as caused by slurry spreading during the close season. There is a serious and destructive problem here which needs to be addressed urgently. Principal Deputy Speaker, the latest incident is all the more worrying as it was reported in a river which is a tributary to the 6 Mile Water River, which then flows directly into Lough Neagh. We know only too well the problems of Lough Neagh, as visibly demonstrated by the algal blooms last year, which severely impacted the environment, community life there, and businesses trading along the loch shores. It has become clear through the DAERA Minister's answers and comments in this place that an environmental improvement plan is awaiting either executive consideration or approval, or both. There is no time to waste, Principal Deputy Speaker. Doing nothing is not an option. We cannot sit idly by while nature is being destroyed and the threat to our native species increases. My call today is that the Environmental Improvement Plan, as a crucial starting point and framework, is urgently progressed by the Executive so that interdepartmental actions can begin to deal with the problems I have highlighted and the many, many other examples of these problems across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I call Tom Elliott.
I rise today to bring to the attention of members the issue of the Troubles Permanent Disabled Payment Scheme and its very slow approach in some instances, and a number of people that you would feel should have benefited from this have not benefited, particularly given that they have been refused. A number have been refused, a very small number have been approved at this stage. But one of the most frustrating aspects is the number of people that are still waiting years after their application has been made. And I know of one particular instance where someone has their application in over 2 years. They were injured, severely disabled in a bomb explosion well over 40 years ago, and they went through the process of application over 2 years ago. They had their capita assessment take place over 1 year ago, and now the body has come back and said they still don't have enough evidence. Even though it's quite clear that this person is severely disabled, hasn't worked since that explosion in 1979, and are very, very frustrated. The person and their family just don't know where to turn at this stage because they feel the lack of support and help from that body is nil, and they keep getting rejected. And I have to say, I do believe this process has been in place and this scheme has been in place for long enough now to have those people who are severely disabled acknowledged in the way that they should have been and given these payments that they have long awaited for and have been awaiting for many decades now. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Tom. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Like many people across Northern Ireland, when I watched the testimonies last week at the COVID-19 inquiry, I was left reflecting on what it said about our system of government. In her blistering summary of the evidence presented, Brenda Campbell Casey spoke of the impact of the 3-year absence of our Assembly, the years of underfunding of our health and civil service, single-year budgets leaving departments ravished and worn, and the siloed approach of health and other departments. In that summary, she rightly identified the challenges of an inherently and institutionally dysfunctional system where party political interests are placed above the interests of the people that we are elected to represent. Those attitudes have led to the stop-start system of government that have frustrated our attempts not only to improve our health and education systems, but also crucially undermined the capacity of our institutions and our civil service to respond to the pandemic. This was a point re-emphasised by the words of the First Minister, as she admitted that we have a very siloed mentality and departmental structure. That acceptance of this shortcoming as an inevitable part of our institutional arrangements is a dereliction. We can't simply resign ourselves to the silo mentality. It's the job of our political leadership to break down that mentality, which serves no department, no minister, and it certainly doesn't serve the public that we represent. Since the Executive returned, the issue of reform has slipped down the agenda, and the Executive parties have refused to take any meaningful action. There's absolutely no sign of the Assembly Executive Reform Committee of properly dealing with the veto issue, and therefore my party's ask on our first Opposition Day motion is as relevant now as it was then. We don't know what the next crisis is going to be. It may not be a pandemic, but something definitely will arrive and provoke instability in this place once again. And truth is that the current structure of these institutions deliver bad government. If we don't use this opportunity to change the way Stormont works, remove the toxic veto and put common good ahead of political party interests, we will once again be found sorely wanting. The COVID-19 inquiry should be another wake-up call to everyone in this chamber to work together to reform these institutions. I hope the biggest parties in this place will finally start listening and step in and up to the plate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Jim Mallister.
Thank you. I wish to raise the veil of secrecy which has descended over the operation of the REC border. Before the implementation of this aspect of the laughingly called safeguarding the Union, it was possible to ask and discover the number of checks on goods coming into Northern Ireland. I asked such questions. I discovered, for example, in January there were 5,948 documentary and sealed checks on agri-food. There were 6,095 on other goods. When I next asked, I was told that DAERA no longer was in charge following the implementation regulations, so they couldn't give the figures. And when Baroness Hoey asked the same question in the House of Lords, the government refused to answer, saying we don't disclose this information. So there has been a deliberate blackout now because these are protocol implementers who love darkness rather than light. And this is what the DUP has brought us. They haven't got rid of the REC border, but they've just hidden it from public scrutiny. What are they afraid of? Oh, I suppose it's obvious. Being caught out in the lie that the REC border is gone. And now on top of all this, we have the gazumping of DAERA's powers by the Secretary of State on vast range of animal health issues, all part of the DUP deal. Yet in Farming Rife on Saturday, I read member of this House, William Irwin, denouncing this transfer of powers. No doubt, in a press statement written by the same press office that on a daily basis defends and upholds the dud deal. The DUP needs to own what it has done here. And we need to have openness and transparency. A vast array of DEFRA powers have been removed from scrutiny in this House, from exercise in this House, because they want to be hidden from public view. And that happened because of directions issued by the Secretary of State, directions that haven't been published, directions that must be published. And I call on the DAERA Minister to publish each and every direction that has been issued, gazumping and taking away his powers. The public are entitled to know, and presently we are being held in total ignorance of matters that touch upon so many aspects of the daily lives of our people, particularly those in the farming community.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I was once again proud to stand with education workers, striking education workers at St Joseph's Slate Street in my constituency, and also with workers outside this building from various schools who are striking. I want to say categorically I support the strike, and disgracefully the Education Minister has sent a statement to MLAs imploring us to support calling off the strike. The strike will be ended, Minister, when workers are paid what they're owed. In different schools and across constituencies, the experience is universal. Education workers are sick, sore and tired of being taken advantage of. When the Stormont Executive was cobbled together with much pomp and celebration, we were told all about workers' pay. Workers' pay, like many other things, would be a priority for this Executive. But education workers, cleaners, porters, drivers, escorts, assistants have all been forgotten about once again by this place. No ministers have been listening. They've ignored the plight and fight of these workers for 5 to 6 years, same as it ever was. But it's okay for ministers who got a salary bump. Ministers who are on £90,000 a year have the temerity to tell workers, some of whom earn £1,000 per month, that you must take another year, 2 years, 3 years, who knows how long, of pay cuts. It's completely unacceptable. And the reality for these workers, they work in school and educational settings underpaid, but do the essentials job that they love, but also work on 2 and 3 jobs as well, working all the hours of the day just to pay their bills. Today and this week, unions who represent these workers are demanding the money be released for the pay and grading review. Ministers talked a good talk when Stormont was down. Now Stormont is up, the finance and education ministers need to cough up the money, put it in the pockets of these workers and pay them what they're owed.
That ends time for member statements. I apologise. There's at least 4 who had risen in their position, but I'm not finished. I'll bring you in a wee minute, Matthew. So just apologies for that. Time just wasn't on our side. Matthew, point of order.
Speaker, apologies for cutting across you there. Would you be helpful to get advice from the Speaker's Chair on whether it's in order for a Minister, in this case the Minister of Education, to lay a written ministerial statement on an issue which is clearly of significant interest? That's the strike in relation to education staff, when he could have given that statement orally to the Assembly, so it would be helpful to have advice on that matter.
Certainly, Matthew, I'll ask for advice on that. Okay, so if members are content, I just want to ask you to take your ease to a changed personnel at the top table. Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Andrew McMurray be appointed as a member of the Committee for Infrastructure, and that Ms Connie Egan be appointed as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. Thank you. The question is, members, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Thanks very much. And with your permission, Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Trade and Business Development sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 26th of April 2024. Junior Minister Pam Cameron, MLA, and former Economy Minister Conor Murphy represented the Executive. The Irish Government was represented by Peter Burke, TD, Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment. This statement has been agreed with Minister Cameron, and I am making this statement on behalf of the both of us. The Council welcomed the overall achievements of Intertrade Ireland from 2021 to date and commended the valuable contribution that Intertrade Ireland has made through its trade and development programmes for small and medium-sized companies, trading across the border and in both jurisdictions. Ministers recognised the positive impact of the innovation and technology programmes administered by Intertrade Ireland and its support for building relationships between companies and researchers. The Council noted Intertrade Ireland's research priorities for 2024, a study of the business support ecosystem across the island, research into the changing nature of trade on the island, offshore wind and hydrogen energy,
cross-border service trade, artificial intelligence and access to funding. Ministers welcomed the work of Intertrade Ireland across Enterprise Ireland and Invest NI in developing a cross-border enterprise cooperation scheme, which was recently awarded €30 million in shared island funding. The Council approved the Intertrade Ireland business plans and budget grants for 2022, 2023 and 2024, which have been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure, National Development, Plan Delivery and Reform, and have been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. Ministers approved the Intertrade Ireland 2023 to 2025 corporate plan, which has been completed in accordance with the agreed guidance issued by both departments and has been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. The Council noted Intertrade Ireland's annual reports and accounts for 2020 and 2021, which have been certified by the Controller and Auditor General and laid before the Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas, and the annual report and accounts for 2022, which will be laid shortly. The North-South Ministerial Council approved the recommended increase of Intertrade Ireland's staffing complement from 42 to 65 to assist in meeting the increased demand for its services. Ministers noted the position in relation to Horizon 2020 programme and the progress and current position of North-South collaboration in relation to the Horizon Europe programme, and welcomed the opportunities available following the UK's association to the programme. The Council noted the achievements and current position of the US-Ireland Research and Development Partnership, noting it has now provided over $100 million in funding to researchers collaborating on 55 projects in the 3 jurisdictions. The North-South Ministerial Council noted recent achievements of the Intertrade Ireland Synergy programme, which includes the Synergy flagship project. The FinTech Corridor, the Council noted the focus on sustainability as a cross-cutting theme in a number of Intertrade Ireland's programmes and Intertrade Ireland's plans for up-and-coming research in offshore wind and hydrogen energy. Ministers agreed that officials in Intertrade Ireland will continue to engage to identify opportunities to address climate change and the loss of biodiversity from both the policy and operational perspectives. The Council agreed to hold its next North-South Ministerial Council Trade and Business Development meeting in the autumn of this year, and I commend the statement to the Assembly and just welcome engagement with members. Thank you.
Thank you for the statement, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, first of all, I would like to welcome you to your post, and I very much look forward to working with you in the coming weeks. It's good to see Invest NI and Intertrade Ireland working really closely together. How is that collaboration promoting the dual market access of the North, and in particular the advantage to locating in the North West City region? And would the Minister agree with me that a specific plan should be put in place for the North West City region that can exploit the opportunities in a collaborative fashion?
Well, I think there's been really good work taking place in terms of looking at the opportunities that dual market access presents to itself. So both Intertrade Ireland and Invest NI continue to work together in terms of looking at those opportunities, but importantly how we can profile and alert people to them. And there will be a series of engagement events over the next period in order to do that. This also obviously sits with the economic vision that Conor Murphy had outlined as Minister in this Assembly a number of weeks ago, and part of that, you will know, is around addressing the regional imbalance that has been there for a long time. Part of that work is to look at sub-regional economic development plans and ensuring that all of these networks and arm's length bodies feed in to those development plans, working with each of the localities, and particularly that engagement with local councils, the local private sector, social enterprises that are within each of those councils, and of course, you know, in terms of the North West, that's complemented in terms of the task force that Minister Murphy had recently set up.
Gary Middleton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement and indeed welcome her to her role on behalf of the Economy Committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, I note in the statement that Intertrade Ireland has commissioned research in an all-island basis in respect of offshore wind and hydrogen energy. Can the Minister outline what steps she plans to take to work with Westminster, given the fact that the UK Government in large part are responsible for that area of business?
Minister.
Yes, well, we look to explore and take advantage of north-south and east-west relationships. I think that's important in the time ahead, particularly when we look at the challenges around climate, and obviously in line with the climate legislation that was passed in the last mandate to ensure that we do reach net zero. So there will continue to be ongoing engagements through our arm's length bodies such as InvestNI, and any opportunities that I have as Minister of having direct engagements with ministers both in Westminster and Dublin, we will continue to do that and to ensure that we are taking that lens of a north-south link up and cooperation, but also importantly east-west as well.
McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for the statement. If I could ask maybe for the Minister's assessment of the British Government's delay in formally associating to Horizon 2020 and how that has affected local participation.
Minister.
Yes, well, obviously the UK formally associated with Horizon Europe on the 4th of December in 2023. And obviously at the EU-UK Specialised Committee and participation in union programmes, obviously scientists from here and also businesses have been able to participate in the Horizon Europe from the start of the programme in January 2021 through the UK Guarantee Scheme. However, delays to formalise an association have had a considerable impact in terms of investment into science and research, in terms of all potential all-island economic cooperation. Intertrade Ireland is committed and focused to building on cross-border momentum and boosting participation, and obviously looking to seize the opportunities that are available through the Horizon Europe programme. So whilst there are delays, we are hopeful, working collaboratively and collectively, that we can start to speed up the pace of implementation of programmes going forward.
Saoirse Eastwood.
I thank the Minister for the update. I wish her well in her new role, and I want to take this opportunity to extend my good wishes to Conor Murphy. Minister, on page 7 of the statement, it references the achievements in the current position of the US-Ireland R&D partnership worth over $100 million of funding. I welcome this, and examples such as the All-Island Oncology Industry Report are an excellent example of North-South economic working. Evaluating the current landscape and economic potential of precision oncology and digital health on the island of Ireland was indeed commissioned by the All-Islander Cancer Research Institute with support from Intertrade Ireland's Synergy initiative, which is referenced in the Ministerial statement. The All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute also recommended the creation of an All-Ireland Oncology Innovation Cluster. Will the Minister support this recommendation and make this a priority area of North-South economic and health partnership working?
Sure.
I think we will look at any opportunities that present themselves that not only have economic impacts but also social impacts across the island. And obviously you pick up on an important issue in terms of research and innovation going forward, but also in terms of shaping positive health outcomes for people that are impacted by such diseases. So we do look forward. I mean, the research piece is important. Obviously the Shared Island Fund going forward as well is going to be an important injection of resources, and I think we'll look for any opportunity, but happy to correspond directly with you after this in terms of the specifics around that piece of work.
Thank
the Minister for her statement. I'm wondering if the Minister any plans to request Shared Island funding for an expansion of the US-Ireland Research and Development Programme.
Well, there obviously has been the announcement in terms of the Shared Island funding, as I just said there, in terms of the £30 million euro. And obviously we welcome that in the work of Intertrade Ireland to work alongside Enterprise Ireland and InvestNI in terms of looking at cross-border enterprise and cooperation. The three enterprise agencies are now working to develop their proposals with regards to that, and we are hopeful that anticipated spend around that can start to occur later this year.
Nesbitt.
I welcome the Minister to her position and also send best wishes to Conor Murphy. Intertrade Ireland's staffing level is to increase from 42 to 65 Can the Minister explain how you justify a 55% increase in the staffing levels?
Minister.
Yes, well, obviously the maximum head count for Intertrade Ireland was at 42, and that was the number from it was established back in 1999. So obviously increasing the complement to 65 is in line, I suppose, with the business case that we received in terms of the department approvals, but it aligns to the work and meeting the demand of the work which is now presenting itself. So we have scrutinised this in terms of the increased resource that's needed, but it is very much aligned to the work and I suppose the demand that's coming to Intertrade Ireland, which is a positive thing. And I know that they'll be making announcements in terms of business impact across the island in the coming weeks.
Jonathan Buckley.
Following on from the member for Lagan Valley's question in relation to US R&D partnership, of the 100 million in funding to research and collaboration on 55 projects, is the Minister in a position to outline how many of those projects pertain to Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I don't have that figure in front of me now, but I'm happy to correspond with you just to give you those details.
Peter McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for her statement and can I wish her well in her role. Can the Minister elaborate on the discussions that took place regarding climate change and biodiversity loss?
Minister.
Yes, thanks very much for your question. So I suppose there was discussions in terms of the circular economy, looking at sustainability, which is a strategic importance to Intertrade Ireland. And I suppose looking forward, following the progress of planned research on offshore wind and green hydrogen, there was a discussion in terms of what more can be done around that. Obviously, officials in both jurisdictions are engaging on the research and looking at opportunities, as I touched on, in terms of the circular economy, and they will continue to collaborate on that. On the issue of sustainability, it is obviously a cross-cutting theme in several of Intertrade Ireland's programmes and areas, and obviously looking at their central policy and research priorities going forward. We want to have a greater focus on partnership working and stakeholder engagement in the time ahead. So they were the kind of broad areas of discussion at the last meeting.
Nicola Brogan.
And just following on from the previous question, can the Minister outline what activities that Intertrade Ireland run to support environmental sustainability, please?
Minister.
Yeah, so Intertrade Ireland has a range of programmes such as the Seed Corn Investor Readiness Competition, which has €20,000 of an award in terms of looking at low carbon green award, recognising the importance of supporting high potential sustainability startups. There's also the Innovation Boost Funds, and it's a project manager and academic partner to implement 12 or 18-month innovation projects. These include sustainability projects and also sustainability related process improvements. There's also the sustainability into specific areas within the Business Explorer pathway with energy efficiency requirements, carbon zero plans and digitisation plans are among the priorities within that programme. And in 2023 there was a pilot supply chain programme that looked at the possibility of impact, substitution, nearshoring and also on-island supply chain resilience activities. As part of the 2024 research programme going forward, Intertrade Ireland will continue to commission research into sustainability, and the first of that is planned in offshore wind and green hydrogen.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement and your answer so far, and I would concur with others in wishing you well going forward. I would like to put on record my congratulations to Intertrade Ireland on their recent 25th anniversary, and I was fortunate enough to attend an event they had in Washington earlier this year when it was outlined that one of the priority areas is the potential for commercialisation of the research, and in the report, in the statement here, it talks about that 100 million. Minister, can you outline the timescales under which that funding is going to be rolled out and how you will evaluate the potential for job creation, business growth and also attracting external investment? Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the development, sorry I jumped up there too quick. of that in terms of the resource and the plans. There's work ongoing at the moment in terms of those, so once we have finalised them by way of spend and prioritisation, I'll write to you just with more specific detail once we have completed that stage of the assessment.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, welcome you formally as Economy Minister, but I hope it's not for too long and we have you back in the Finance Committee, and obviously wish Conor Murphy all the best for a quick recovery. Minister, lots of things to agree with in this statement, but your predecessors and hopefully successors' economic vision was very clear about growing the all-island economy and maximising dual market access opportunities. There aren't too many specific actions in this statement that help to make that happen, so can you outline what those are? There are, for example, the approval of backward-looking plans, budgets and grants for 22, 23 and 24, but on a forward-looking basis, what specific actions are going to be executed to maximise that dual market access and the all-island opportunities?
Minister.
Yeah, well, there's work ongoing in terms of looking at the action plans, and obviously with the additional funding that's come through the Shared Island programme, so that work is being looked at the moment. There's obviously collaboration, as I say, with Intertrade Ireland and Invest NI, and then, as I say, also looking at our sub-regional economic plans in terms of making sure that we have that grassroots traction on the ground in the time ahead. So we don't have the specific details, Matthew, in terms of going forward, but once that's available, we'll be able to share that with members.
Jim Allister.
Considering the Minister wasn't at the meeting, I don't see a lot of point in asking her about what happened there, but I will ask her a question that she was meant to have answered in the Assembly process last week, but has failed to answer. What is Intertrade Ireland costing the Northern Ireland Block Grant, particularly now that we've had this colossal increase in staff? What is the cost of this body?
Minister.
Yes, so Intertrade Ireland funding from my department stands at a current level in terms of 2024-25 of £5.2 million.
Thank you. Members, that concludes the list of questions from members who were present for the Minister's statement. Before we move on to our next item of business, Minister, can I associate myself with the good wishes expressed to you earlier? Thank you also. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Defective Premises Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage. Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to introduce the Defective Premises Bill.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to amend the law as to liability for defects in the state of dwellings and for connected purposes.
Thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to introduce the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill.
Thank you, Minister. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to make provision about the extension of pensions automatic enrolment to job holders under the age of 22, to make provision about the lower qualifying earnings threshold for automatic enrolment and for connected purposes.
And thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Members, please take your ease to allow for a change at the top table.
Sorry for keeping you, members. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Pet Abduction Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Pet Abduction Bill as introduced in the House of Commons on 6 December 2023 dealing with pet abduction.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on this motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today and to speak about the Pet Abduction Bill, which creates new offences for the abduction of dogs and cats. The Pet Abduction Bill is a private member's bill supported by the UK Government, which is currently progressing through Parliament. It applies to both England and Northern Ireland, and the clauses relate to devolved matters. It is for this reason that I am seeking the Assembly's legislative consent to the bill extending to Northern Ireland. However, before I get into detail of those provisions, I would like to emphasise the importance of the bill. I fully understand how important dogs and cats are to their owners in Northern Ireland. They are part of families, they provide support and comfort when we are down, and they provide companionship and joy. That is why it is so distressing for owners. One of their beloved pets is abducted or detained, and what is a very cruel crime. While information on the volume of pet thefts in Northern Ireland is not clear, previous Freedom of Information requests to the police indicated the number of recorded burglary, robbery and theft offences where the property was described as a dog was on average 35 per year. It is important to note that each of these offences may have involved one or more dogs, therefore the actual number of dogs taken could be higher. Unfortunately, there is no similar information for cat thefts. Whilst the number of dogs abducted in Northern Ireland are relatively small, for each family that have had their dog taken, the impact is very significant. This bill will mean that if a pet is abducted, it will not be treated in the same way as the theft of a television or a mobile phone or a power tool, all of which can be easily replaced. They might be worth a lot of money and replacing them might be inconvenient, but the item itself is not affected by the crime, whereas the pet is. It is therefore important the attention of this bill is to allow the courts to consider the emotional impact on both the owner and the impact on the welfare of the animal when deciding the penalty. I am therefore very supportive of creating a bespoke criminal offence for pet abduction in Northern Ireland. While there hasn't been any time to carry out a public consultation prior to introducing these new offences, I believe it is likely to be welcomed by the public. Indeed, as the bill progressed through Parliament, pet organisations and welfare charities have been very positive and welcoming of the measures within the bill. Turning now to the detail of the bill and specifically as it will apply to Northern Ireland. Clauses 1 and 2 will create two specific offences of cat abduction and dog abduction. The bill will make it an offence for a dog or cat to be taken from a person with lawful control of the animal. In the case of dogs, the bill will also make an offence to detain the pet. It limits the offence to taking cats It limits the offence to taking cats to account for the different lifestyles of those animals. This recognises the fact that, unlike dogs, cats roam without their owners. They enjoy mixing other households and probably get fed at every house in the street. There are a number of safeguards and exemptions which are set out in these clauses. This is because the bill is only intended to deal with the unscrupulous people who abduct a dog or cat. It does not intend to criminalise genuinely kind behaviour to cats and dogs that people do not own. It is a defence for the person to show that they had lawful authority to take or detain the dog. For example, in instances where the animal is under the control of a vet, dog walker or pet sitter. This offence is also intended to protect police officers or district council officials who may have authority to seize dogs under the Dangerous Dogs Act 1991. There is also defence in relation to unaccompanied or stray dogs, such that a person charged with the offence of detaining the dog could show that they complied with the current notification requirements under the Dogs Northern Ireland Order 1983 and made reasonable steps to comply with the requirements for the collection of the dog. This would also be relevant to a farmer who detains an unaccompanied dog that has been worrying his livestock. In these cases, should the farmer comply with all the legal requirements, they cannot be prosecuted for detaining the dog. The bill does not seek to criminalise cases involving domestic disputes between partners. Therefore, no offence is committed where a dog or cat is taken or detained from a household where it entered that household after the two people had started living together. And finally, there is a fallback defence of reasonable excuse to ensure that we do not inadvertently criminalise well-being behaviour. This term, reasonable excuse, is deliberately not defined in the bill to give the courts flexibility to determine on a case-by-case basis whether the taking or detention of the animal is unlawful. This defence could be available, for example, in a potential scenario where a neighbour has taken in an injured pet to check on its welfare. The maximum sentence attached to cat or dog abduction within this bill is up to 5 years in prison or a fine or both. I appreciate that this is lower than what is currently available for theft of property, which includes animals under the Theft Act, Northern Ireland 1969, which is 10 years. However, as the new offences are centred on the impact on the animal, I consider it is right that the maximum penalty aligns with other serious animal welfare offences under the Welfare of Animals Northern Ireland Act 2011, which also sets a maximum of 5 years imprisonment. Also, for context, the maximum penalty for child abduction in Northern Ireland is 7 years imprisonment. Therefore, I don't think it would be appropriate to have a greater offence for pets. These clauses will also address the fact that pet theft and abduction do not currently have a unique identifier in crime datasets. That is why it's so difficult to identify the number of pets stolen every year. It is impossible to distinguish in many police records between the theft of an inanimate object and the theft of an animal. Of course, some dogs and cats will be taken as part of a burglary or a robbery, so the fact that an animal has been involved will not be mentioned in all police records. Therefore, by creating these two new offences for the abduction of dogs or cats, this will introduce new unique identifiers which will help the recording of crime and help us see the true extent of it. Clause 3. At the moment, the bill only covers cats and dogs, but there are enabling powers in it so that it can be amended to cover other species of animals if the need arises. This is set out in Clause 3, however, this power is in some ways limited. My department must first consider that animals of that species are kept as a pet, and there is evidence of a significant number or rise in cases of unlawful taking or detaining. Any legislation to extend this to other animals must also be considered by this Assembly. Clause 4 provides for a consequential amendment to the Magistrates' Court's Northern Ireland Order 1981, with the effect that a defendant in Northern Ireland charged with a summary offence under Clauses 1 or 2 cannot claim trial by jury. Clauses 5 and 6 set out the territorial extent of the bill and arrangements for commencement. If the bill receives royal assent, the provisions to create the new pet abduction offence in Northern Ireland will not come in force until the introduction of a commencement order by my department. That concludes my overview of the bill. It is a short, simple bill, but its implications will be far-reaching in protecting animals and their owners. It shows that we will not tolerate the abduction of cats and dogs and the value that we place upon them. It shows that we understand the needs of animals, giving them a voice in the most powerful way possible, but changing the law to protect them. I hope this legislative consent motion will enjoy your support, and accordingly I commend the motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Elliott, Chair of the ERA Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing that forward. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the committee on this motion. Members will have had the opportunity to read the committee's report, which was published on the 10th of May on the Legislative Consent Memorandum on the Pet Abduction Bill. On the 11th of April, the committee considered a written briefing from the Department on the Westminster Private Members Bill and on the Legislative Consent Memorandum. The committee is aware that specific offences for the abduction of dogs and cats have been under consideration for a number of years, following a recommendation from the UK Pet Task Force in 2021 and support from animal welfare groups. This recognises that pet animals are not just property but sentient beings, and in many homes are considered part of the family. therefore causing huge distress to owners if they are stolen. The Department noted that it is clearly a devolved matter, but wished the Committee to consider the advantages of agreeing to extend this offence to Northern Ireland as part of the Private Members Bill. The Committee recognised that in the absence of an executive at the time, Northern Ireland was unable to be included in this Westminster Private Members Bill. Officials did, however, complete much of the necessary work to allow a decision to be taken by the returned Assembly. The Committee agreed in principle it had no objection to the LCM moving forward. However, they did write to the Department seeking information on the extent of its consultation. On the 2nd of May, the Committee considered the response to that letter and noted that no part of the UK had formally consulted on the contents of the Private Members Bill, but that previously the UK Government officials had engaged with the RSPCA as part of the work of the PET Task Force. The Committee were somewhat concerned, but were reassured that when the Pet Abduction Bill receives royal assent, it will require a commencement order, and the Department intends to engage with key stakeholders at that point. Principal Deputy Speaker, it is anticipated that the introduction of this legislation will be popular. Even so, the Committee decided it was best to engage with some of the stakeholders, and the Committee wrote to the USPCA, Dogs Trust, Cats Protection, Kennel Club Northern Ireland and the PSNI to seek their views. On the 9th of May, the Committee considered these responses and also took briefings from the Research Service of the Assembly and the Department. Members were pleased to see the support for the bill in their responses, and these can be read in the Committee's report. The Committee was pleased to see the offence will not apply in cases of disputes where persons in the same household, and also that a reasonable excuse exception is intended to allow the court discretion on a case-by-case basis. For example, if a neighbour that allows a roaming cat to enter their premises now and again, which I'm sure does happen on a regular basis. At its meeting on the 9th of May, the Committee agreed to support the Minister's legislative consent motion on the Pet Abduction Bill. Members, however, wish to highlight a number of points that arose during the scrutiny. These can be found in the conclusion of our report, but in summary these are that devolved matters should be legislated for by primary legislation made by the Assembly through the Committee, though the Committee accepted that the arguments for this particular LCM. Sentencing could be lower than under current property theft law, but as maximum sentences are rarely given anyway, new separate offences through the bill would allow courts more discretion to consider the financial loss and emotional impact. And the Committee recommends that animal welfare officers and councils in DAERA and in the PSNI consider how coordination could be improved, and that further work with the PSNI should commence around the implications of this bill on data gathering. And the microchipping of cats is soon to be mandatory in England. We recommend that the Minister considers following that path. It will be difficult to ascertain if a cat is stolen without a microchip, given the nature to roam. And finally, we would also wish to support a single point of access to the microchip database in use across the UK. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Committee, I support this motion.
Thank you, Tom. I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister also.
Tend to support the legislative consent motion on the Pet Abduction Bill. Obviously, we would prefer to see primary legislation in the Assembly on devolved matters, but given the nature of the bill and the widespread support for it in the sector, we agree to the legislative consent motion today. We will, however, continue to deal with LCMs on an individual basis as and when they come before the Assembly. Legislating for a new offence of pet abduction will recognise the impact on owners and animals of the stress and trauma of abductions, as the Minister rightly referred to. In many cases, a pet cat or dog is regarded as indeed a treasured member of the family. Their loss goes beyond any monetary value, and they deserve to be treated in the law as much more than simply property. The introduction of the new offence will open the way for more accurate figures to be maintained on the level of pet abductions and which breeds may be specifically targeted. A figure has been made available by the PSNI for the number of abduction of dogs in the north, and according to that figure, there have been a total of 215 dog thefts over the last 6 years. And just on the point of PSNI, I did raise at committee, it's very, very important to connect with the PSNI to make sure they in fact have the resources to deal with this, given that there are in some of our areas serious cutbacks in community policing. So that would be very, very important indeed. In reference to the number of dogs, 215 dog thefts, that in of itself is a tiny percentage of dogs in our society when you consider that 99,206 dog licences were issued by local councils here between April and December 2023. But the impact of the loss in each case shouldn't be underestimated. As far as I'm aware, there are no comparable figures for cats or other pets. And statistics from the Dogs Trust indicate that less than a quarter of dogs stolen are ultimately returned to their original homes. The bill isn't perfect, but as the USPCA has pointed out, it is an opportunity to highlight the requirements for microchipping dogs. Since 2016, it has been compulsory for all dogs in Britain and Ireland to be microchipped and registered on an authorised database by the time they are 8 weeks old. But there is also the need to review current microchipping systems and databases so that there is more opportunity to reunite pet and owner or identify the owner of an abused dog. Currently, there are a number of different manufacturers producing microchips and databases. At least 14 authorised databases exist in the UK. But the databases aren't always compatible. So when scanned, the registered information may in fact not show up. In addition, on the rest of the island of Ireland, dogs must be microchipped by the age of 12 weeks and registered on one of 4 approved databases. But while the data on these is synchronised with EuroPetNet, they may not be compatible with the databases used here in the north. So there is indeed a need to harmonise the databases used to register dogs, and indeed, if in the foreseeable future it happens for other pets. USPCA have proposed a single microchipping database which all enforcement agencies, veterinary practices and animal welfare charities could in fact access. They have also suggested that the Minister should bring forward legislation on microchipping of pet cats in Northern Ireland, and I realise that could of itself be a bit of a task to do that. None of this is possible with the legislative consent motion, as we are unable to amend the original bill. However, hopefully highlighting these issues here today will improve the possibility that those particular matters will ultimately be resolved.
I call Nicola Brogan.
As a member of the Assembly's ERA Committee, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this legislative consent motion on behalf of Sinn Féin. The Pet Abduction Bill was passed in the British Parliament last December. There are 7 clauses in the bill and it creates 2 new offences: dog abduction and cat abduction. The bill would also give the Dear Minister powers to create abduction offences for other animals kept as pets. There are, as other members have mentioned, there are currently 99,206 dogs licensed here in the north, and the PSNI have identified a total of 215 cases of dog theft. The bill provides for those convicted of dog or cat abduction to be given a maximum prison sentence of 5 years, a financial penalty, or both. Although this is a necessary move, this bill is a necessary move to try and tackle the problem of pet theft, it is disappointing that it hasn't been done on an all-island basis, and it's disappointing that there was no public consultation here. If this legislation was passed through the Assembly, it would have given us the chance to have a public consultation and to better tailor the bill to the needs of the people here in the north. Currently, it is not mandatory to microchip cats. We would encourage owners of cats to have their pets microchipped in order to make it easier that, should the animals unfortunately get lost or abducted, that this legislation can fulfil its purpose. Theft of pets is a distressing experience for pets and owners alike, and this legislation aims to acknowledge that pets are more than property and aims to prevent and punish those who feel they can abduct pets. But we do support this motion.
Nicola, I call Tom Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker, and again I'll be brief, as I don't want to just reiterate what the other members of committee have already said, but as a party we're content to support the motion as it is, and while no one could really disagree with the sentiments or the principles of the bill that and what it is aiming to achieve, there nevertheless were concerns raised as to the outworkings of the bill. And one of those related to the proving as to whether a dog or a cat had actually been stolen or whether it had simply strayed on to a neighbouring property. And if you take, for example, a cat, how do you really prove that a cat has been stolen or abducted, or that it has just simply wandered on to somebody else's property, a neighbouring property, and the homeowners there have done what everyone would do, is feed it a little, and then that cat remains there? And how do you really prove that that has been stolen or abducted? And that was one of the issues, I suppose, that was raised in committee. The other was with regards to the microchipping of cats, as there is nothing available at this moment in time for the microchipping of cats, and the lack of a single national database between here and the UK. Those are some of the issues that were raised at the committee, some of the concerns, and perhaps those are some of the issues that the Minister will seek to address in his closing remarks today. But all in all, we support the motion as it is before the House today.
Thank you, Tom. I call John Blair.
You, Principal Deputy Speaker. This LCM linked to the private member's bill currently moving through the UK Parliament shifts the focus from the owner's loss to the welfare of the animal in the case of pet theft. Therefore, I am grateful that Northern Ireland has been included in the scope of this bill. The inclusion of specific offences for the abduction of dogs and cats acknowledges that pet animals are cherished companions and integral members of a family rather than mere property. This development signifies a significant step forward for animal welfare in Northern Ireland and offers reassurance and protection for pet owners. Pet owners and many others would say that the act of taking someone's dog or cat should not be equated with stealing an item or an object. Our pets are living beings and deserve to be recognised as such by the law. I am aware, and it's been stated here today, that some might argue that this is a devolved matter and should be addressed by the Northern Ireland Assembly. While that may, of course, be a valid point, we have to acknowledge that we're also already behind in this mandate due to a stalemate that stalled this Assembly for 2 years. If we were to move the legislation forward within the Assembly, it would require, of course, primary legislation. This would necessitate a significant amount of time and resources, which are already stretched, to say the least. This mechanism before us expedites an outcome. The reality is that sooner this is brought into action, the better. According to the Kennel Club, this crime affects 200 families across the UK every month, yet just 2% of dog theft cases in 2020 actually resulted in a criminal charge. The theft of a beloved pet is a despicable crime that causes immense distress to the owners, who rightfully consider their pet as part of their family. This is not to mention the extreme stress and fear experienced by the pets themselves as they are sold on to new families or subjected to even worse fates, such as being forced into dog fighting or bred within puppy farm. Principal Deputy Speaker, animal welfare charities such as the USPCA, Dogs Trust and Cats Protection have strongly advocated for this change. For instance, they emphasise that it will enable accurate data recording and build visibility of the true scale of pet theft, helping to develop more effective preventative strategies and measures. Finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, as this change will result in an increase in prosecutions, it will act as a deterrent for those looking to exploit animals for financial gain, ultimately making pet theft a less low-risk but high-reward crime. I would like to take this chance to express my sincere appreciation to the stakeholders that I mentioned a moment ago, as well as all the others who have tirelessly campaigned for this change for many years, and also thank the DAERA Minister for ensuring that this consent motion is brought before the Assembly, and for all the effort that is being made within DAERA to enhance animal welfare standards in Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope the Assembly will agree on the consent motion as Alliance DAERA spokesperson today and enact these new pet offences into law in Northern Ireland as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Just a few short comments, if I might. I'm sure it will not go unnoticed that the greatest legislative output of this Assembly, which coming back, this Assembly which we were told was so needed, is the nodding through of Westminster legislation. bit like nodding dogs indeed, nodding through legislation that we could make here, but we'll not bother because it's easier to just nod through some Westminster legislation. And now we've done that more times than we have actually legislated since coming back about anything ourselves. And of course, it's about abduction of dogs. Abduction is probably a subject that lies close to the Minister's heart because he's had many of his powers abducted in recent days. And indeed, included in the powers abducted from the department are those which would touch upon the animal health and welfare of dogs and cats, no longer within the purview of the Minister, under some secret, undeclared declarations and instructions. He has been stripped of those powers. Maybe it's a pity he doesn't have a remedy that would exist for an abducted dog, but doesn't exist for a minister whose powers are abducted. We're told this is to strengthen and improve the protection for dogs and cats. One of the points that puzzles me is it is a criminal offence to steal a dog or a cat, and the available penalty under the Theft Act is 10 years. But we're going to pretend that we're increasing the protection for pet owners by decreasing the available penalty. Instead of someone whose dog is stolen being able to look forward to a Crown Court disposal that has the availability of a sentence up to 10 years, now the totality of the sentence availability is 5 years. Don't just get how that is increasing the protection. But a question I have for the Minister arising out of that is, when this legislation comes in, will it still be possible to be charged for theft under the Theft Act of an animal, or will it only be possible to be charged under this new legislation? So is there an option in the prosecuting authorities to choose whether to go under the Theft Act or to go under this legislation, or does this legislation rule out the other? I think the Minister might tell us the answer to that question shortly, or I hope he does.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Andrew Moore, to conclude and wind on the debate on this motion. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank all members who have contributed to the debate here today in the Assembly. It's been wide-ranging and there's been good points made which really highlight the importance of animal welfare, not just to us but also to our constituents. It's my hope this legislation can be introduced for our constituents who are animal lovers and demonstrate that we value our animals and we will work together for the benefit of animal welfare. I'm just going to pick up a few of the points around this. The Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee outlined a couple of points, and it was useful the deliberation the committee gave to this matter, and I read over that over the weekend. I think there were some points that you raised and other members raised, one which was the comparison between doing it through a legislative consent motion and also through primary legislation, and that was something I did give consideration to. The issue for me was in the time that we have here now, which was presented to us in terms of legislative consent motion, should we do this now or should we wait in terms of getting primary legislation? And the reality is the time we would scope and consult and develop that legislation, it could be a number of years before that's in place. So I think it's important we grasp the opportunity now so that we can have this in law here at the moment. I have a lot of ambition in terms of legislation as Minister, but I'm not going to be thrown in terms of how we can get things done. And if a legislative consent motion presents itself to me in terms of an opportunity for us to legislate for this in Northern Ireland, I'm going to take that opportunity. The other one was about the microchipping of cats, and I know a number of members spoke about that and the benefits associated with that. That's something I am exploring with officials, and we'll be looking to see what we can do over the time ahead within the legislative time frame and resources that we have. But I get the concerns around this, and it's something that I'm actively looking at. Patsy McCollum talked about some issues in terms of the police and resourcing, and I think that's an important issue. I think it's an issue that affects every minister. Essentially, this legislation, if we agree it and it passes, through the Palace of Westminster, that this adds to the toolbox in terms of the powers for the police to act in relation to this. So I think that can only be of benefits. You raised good points in terms of the microchipping of dogs and the different databases, and that's something we'll want to explore over the time ahead in a wider sphere in terms of animal welfare. Nicola Brogan spoke about the issues in terms of All Ireland and how there would be benefits associated with us being able to do our own bespoke piece of legislation. And I think we do need to recognise that the factor of how we cooperate north, south, east and west and the benefits around that. And as I said, ideally we would have done this through primary legislation, and it's my desire that we do that over the time ahead, but this presented itself to us and hopefully we can do this now but also look towards primary legislation in the future. The point about microchipping of cats was also raised, and I think that's an important point that obviously I look to address. The other points with Tom Buchanan was in relation to the feeding of cats and whether that would fall within this. And the guidance I have in relation to this is the bill is not intended to criminalise the innocent feeding of other people's cats. However, it could be an offence to cause or induce a cat to leave the premises of a person with lawful control of it so as to remove it from their lawful control. And then it says here, a defence of lawful authority or reasonable excuse may be available to any person charged with such an offence. It is for our courts to decide on the facts of an individual case, and it is right that the bill allows the courts flexibility in this regard. And I think the bill, as it's been framed, has very much taken a reasonability attitude towards this. And we know there's many people in this House and in society who will feed other people's cats, but this legislation is about dealing with the more egregious elements of which we're aware of and giving us powers to do that. But there is flexibilities in law in terms of the reasonability clause around that. John Blair spoke a bit in terms of the reality that the pets are sentient animals and how we should look upon that in terms of this legislation. I think that's important. I do thank the stakeholders for their engagement, and obviously there wasn't consultation around this because of the way the legislation was drafted, but the Department has given a commitment to do that engagement before the commencement takes place, and we think that is quite key. In terms of the comments from Jim Allister, as I've said, this is an opportunity for us to be able to legislate from this, and I'll take every opportunity I can as Minister to safeguard the welfare of animals, and hopefully we can take the opportunity presented today. Just in terms of the theft point that Mr Allister talked about, give clarity on this. So how does the bill interact with the Theft Act? Stealing a pet is already a criminal offence under the Theft Act, Northern Ireland 1969, as Mr Allister outlined. Offenders prosecuted under this legislation face a sentence of up to 10 years imprisonment, more if it includes burglary or robbery. Theft deals with the deprivation of property, not the welfare of the stolen animal. It does not recognise the distress and anxiety an animal suffers when they are taken by strangers. Contrary to the core offence of theft under the Theft Act, the new offences in this bill will not require the prosecution to prove that the person taking or detaining the pet did so with the intention to permanently deprive its owner. The overarching intention of the bill is for it to encourage the courts to recognise the particular impact on the welfare of the animal when deciding the penalties. Therefore, the maximum penalty aligns with other serious animal welfare offences within the Welfare of Animals Northern Ireland Act 2011, and it would be an option to consider whether to use this legislation once it's enacted or the Theft Act as they would be decided when considering this offence. So hopefully I've given some clarity in relation to this, and hopefully the House can agree that we proceed in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, have any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If you should just take your ease to make changes at the top table. Thank you.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on strengthening Northern Ireland's defence industries. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly is committed to realising the untapped potential of the aerospace, defence, security and space sectors in Northern Ireland. Notes that these growing industries employed 9,000 people across Northern Ireland in 2022 and provided over 500 apprenticeships. Further notes that technology produced in Northern Ireland has been a significant pillar of the UK's support for the defence of Ukraine. Regrets the current low levels of Ministry of Defence spending in Northern Ireland, including in respect of small and medium-sized enterprises. Believes a concerted effort to incorporate Northern Ireland into the UK defence network will generate significant and lasting economic opportunities, as well as promote Northern Ireland as a global leader in innovative aerospace and security technology. Welcomes commitments to strengthening Northern Ireland's defence industries in the UK Government's Safeguarding the Union command paper. Calls on the Minister for the Economy to develop an ambitious programme to showcase opportunities for an investment in local defence industries and shipbuilding, and further calls on the Minister to work with industry, the Ministry of Defence and executive colleagues to ensure our workforce has the skills required to scale up the defence and security industries in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I now call Jonathan Buckley to move the motion. Thank you. Members, the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we discuss an important motion that seeks to realise the untapped potential of Northern Ireland's aerospace, defence, security and space sectors. These industries are not only vital to our economy, but also pivotal to the United Kingdom's national defence and global technological leadership, a point that was often reinforced on these benches by our late colleague Gordon Dunn, MBE, who served 30 years in the MOD. In 2022, these sectors contributed nearly $1 billion to the UK economy and employed 9,000 people in Northern Ireland. Moreover, they provide over 500 apprenticeships, reflecting their commitment to nurturing future talent. Despite these achievements, Ministry of Defence spending in Northern Ireland remains disproportionately low compared to other UK regions. Last year, the MOD's expenditure per person in Northern Ireland, Mr Deputy Speaker, was a mere £100, starkly contrasted with £380 in Scotland and England and £250 in Wales. This disparity is even more glaring when considering that SMEs, which form 95% of defence companies, receive just £2 million in MOD contracts compared to £29 million in Scotland and a staggering £408 million in the southwest of England. We must address the imbalance and fully integrate Northern Ireland into the UK defence network. This is not only a matter of fairness, but a strategic necessity. Northern Ireland has a proud tradition of contributing to the UK's defence, and our local industries have the potential to play an even greater role. Northern Ireland has consistently punched well above its weight in terms of contributions to the UK Armed Forces. Despite making up just roughly 2.8% of the UK's population, Northern Ireland historically provides a higher proportion of soldiers. This speaks volumes about our commitment and dedication to national security. It is a timely intervention that we should debate this motion today to recognise the economic contributions our industries reflect this same level of commitment. The UK Government's commitment in the Safeguarding the Union command paper to review and increase awareness of Northern Ireland's defence sector is indeed a positive and promising start. The review aims to enhance public and commercial understanding of our capabilities, ensure equitable investment and leverage our academic and research strengths. Our cybersecurity clusters, academic centres of excellence and a steady pipeline of highly qualified STEM graduates position us uniquely to generate advanced military and security capabilities. Prominent local companies like Thales, Harland and Wolff and Spirit Aerosystems exemplify the high calibre of work produced here. Thales, for instance, plays a crucial role in producing surface-to-air and Starstreak missiles, vital to the UK's support for Ukraine. Harland and Wolff's involvement in the Fleet Solid Support Ship programme will not only create significant employment opportunities, but also reinforce our proud shipbuilding heritage. Spirit Aerosystems' advanced composite manufacturing solutions are integral to the Royal Air Force's future combat aircraft. Yet, the potential expands far beyond these notable examples. Northern Ireland's SMEs like Artemis Technologies are at the forefront of digital manufacturing and technology, while our research hubs at Queen's University Belfast and Ulster University drive forward that innovation. We must harness this ingenuity and ensure that our SMEs can connect with MOD initiatives and showcase their products on the national and indeed the international stage. To achieve this, we propose several initiatives, Mr Deputy Speaker. First, establishing a dedicated hub to foster direct engagement between local SMEs and the MOD. This hub would act as a central point for information sharing, networking and collaboration, helping smaller companies navigate the complexities of defence procurement and identify opportunities for growth. Second, creating grant schemes to help SMEs attend MOD meetings and international trade shows, bridging the distance divide and enhancing our global profile. Third, investing in skills development through partnerships like Thales's Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing Skills Academy, which provides bespoke training and supports apprenticeships. A key focus of the committee's work to this stage has been focusing on those very skills and trying to promote the need for further advanced apprenticeships. Moreover, advanced manufacturing and engineering were highlighted in the DUP's 10X economic vision, a blueprint that champions sectors where Northern Ireland can excel globally. And I would call on the Minister for the Economy to reaffirm her commitment to this vision, ensuring sustained innovation and growth. The Northern Ireland Advanced Composites and Engineering Centre, part of Belfast City's Deal's Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation Centre, serves as a technology hub for research and development. Spirit Aerosystems, a key industrial partner, underscores the potential for collaborative ventures that drive technological advancements and economic growth. Additionally, Thales has launched an Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing Skills Academy in Belfast in collaboration with South Eastern Regional College Bangor and Ulster University Belfast. This academy currently supports some 62 apprentices and plans to train over 170 apprentices over the next 5 years, creating a pool of specialists in complex weapon systems, a hugely exciting time for those getting involved. Thales also engages in STEM outreach programmes in primary and secondary schools across Northern Ireland, inspiring the next generation of engineers by encouraging students to identify and solve everyday problems through engineering. To further solidify our position as a leader in the defence sector, we must also leverage our academic partnerships, Mr Deputy Speaker. ADS, the representative body for the aerospace, defence, security and space sectors, maintains strong links with Queen's University and Ulster University. Initiatives like Schools Build a Plane project inspire young people to get involved in these fields, ensuring a steady flow of talent into these emerging industries. While we celebrate these successes, we must not overlook the barriers our SMEs in particular face in entering the defence market. A key concern highlighted in recent think tank reports and evidence provided by representative bodies to the Northern Ireland Affairs Inquiry is the difficulty SMEs in our province experience in exploiting new opportunities and connecting with MOD initiatives and showcasing their products and services on the national and international stage. To overcome these barriers, Mr Deputy Speaker, we must provide targeted support, including grants for travel onto MOD meetings and international trade shows, as well as enhancing networking opportunities to ensure we connect SMEs with larger defence contractors. Furthermore, we must advocate for a more significant share of MOD spending to be allocated to Northern Ireland. The current level of investment is disproportionately low and does not reflect the substantial capabilities and contributions of local industries. By increasing MOD spending in Northern Ireland, we can create more jobs, stimulate economic growth and ensure that our defence sector reaches its full potential. In conclusion, strengthening Northern Ireland's defence industries is not just about economic prosperity. It's about enhancing our national security and positioning ourselves as a global leader in innovative technology. By increasing MOD spending and investment, supporting our SMEs and fostering skill developments, we can unlock significant economic opportunities and contribute more robustly to the UK's defence network. Members, let us seize this opportunity to showcase Northern Ireland's strengths and ensure our industries thrive on both a national and an international stage. By working together, government, industry and academia, we can build a brighter, more prosperous future for Northern Ireland and reaffirm our place as a vital part of the United Kingdom's defence ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley, for opening the debate. I now call on Doug Beattie to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may start, there will be some who view this motion through an ethical lens, and I will not be critical of anybody who does do so. I will be viewing this through an economic lens and a geopolitical lens to understand the issue wider. And it is a much wider issue because the world is a far more dangerous place. Some will say conflict is fuelled by the defence industry. Some others will say it's fuelled by profit or claiming of a country's resources and minerals to keep wider industry on the move. All fuels conflict. And they will be absolutely right, because they do. But it doesn't take away from the fact that we are in a far more dangerous place than we have ever been in many years. We presently have major conflicts and tensions in the Middle East, throughout Africa, between China and Taiwan, North and South Korea, Ukraine, and clearly Russian expansionism. Countries are concerned, and already we're seeing an increase in defence spending right across the globe, and we're seeing an increase of collective defence. NATO, European Defence Agency, AUKUS, the Collective Security for Treaty Organisation, SISTO, and the China-Russia Economic Pact. This is all fuelling the industry, and that is a defence industry, and it's an economic industry. The war in Ukraine has completely changed the geopolitical landscape. Many will view the world now in a pre-conflict stage. We have never been closer to global conflict now than we have since the Cold War. And I served during the Cold War. I know what it's like. Guarding Rudolf Hess in Spandau Prison in a divided Berlin, I know what it was like to face off with Russians. In West Germany, when it was divided from East Germany, I knew what it was like to stand opposed to the Russians. We're in a dangerous place. Present day, the reality is this: Northern Ireland has shown that they can provide high-quality defence equipment and development at pace that can be viewed as an economic opportunity. I've already heard from my colleague from Upper Bann about Thales, a first-class defence company who create the NLAW, Next Generation Light Anti-Tank Weapon, which is used by 8 countries around the world. It is the main anti-armour weapon being used in Ukraine. Starstreak, high-velocity missile, designed, developed and manufactured in Belfast, used by 10 countries around the world. It is a portable air defence system. Rapid Ranger, mobile integrated defence system, defence control system, and space propulsion and satellite-based positioning systems. The Propulsion Competence Centre was established because of the high-precision engineering skills here in Northern Ireland. And here's the thing about Thales. They employ hundreds, put millions into our economy, help build skills with apprenticeships through Ulster University and research through Queen's University. Thales has more capacity to create more jobs, more apprenticeships, more research and more money into our economy. But that's only part of the equation, because here's the other part of the story. That is, the private defence industry accounts for £25.3 billion a year in the UK. Scotland has a turnover of £7 billion, which equates to £3.2 billion into their economy. England and Wales, £16.4 billion. And Northern Ireland has £1.9 billion, which only puts £0.9 billion in value into our economy. Many people don't see how aerospace, defence and security are totally interlinked. Right now, as we sit here, there are cyber battles which are taking place right across the globe, right across this island, right across the United Kingdom. And they have lethal and non-lethal effect. There are people now today fighting cyber battles. It's as real a war as you'll get if you see it on the television with man fighting man. And Northern Ireland is uniquely placed to be at the forefront of that cyber technology. We're already there. And we should be able to garner from that more economic benefits. The United Kingdom government has announced that it is increasing its defence budget by £75 billion over the next 5 years, and that can have a huge impact. It's absolutely vital that Northern Ireland receive their fair share of the monies in relation to defence, manufacturing and development, and that could take us from £1 billion per year to £3 billion per year into the Northern Ireland economy. And I'll go back to what I said. I know there's an ethical question here. I'm not arguing that. I'm looking at this through economics. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland must be an integral part of the UK defence structures. That means upgrading Aldergrove to revert it back to an RAF Aldergrove, making it a home once more for fast jets. It will allow it to become a central hub for the rapid inload of forces and material from the United States and Canada into Europe if things were to get bad in Europe. By upgrading Aldergrove. Incredibly important globally, a station that we have allowed to degrade over the years, but we can turn that around. Add to that an increase in Royal Navy presence in the northwest, and we will have the ability to cover the UK and the EU western approaches, particularly the Iceland-Greenland gap and the underwater cabling from the US onto these islands. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to revert back to the start of my contribution. I will not criticise anybody if they have an ethical stance in regards to this, because war is absolutely abhorrent. Nobody should want or try to perpetuate war around the globe, but we have to live in the real world. And the real world is the defence, the security and the aerospace industry is absolutely massive. And if we were in Northern Ireland to get our fair share of the UK's allocation towards defence spending and the wider private defence industry, it could be absolutely transformational for the Northern Ireland economy. So I see it as an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity to use Northern Ireland within the defence structures of the United Kingdom to bring more resource to this part of the kingdom. Rebuild RAF Aldergrove, have more Royal Navy assets, improve our private defence systems, improve our cyber warfare capabilities and make Northern Ireland the hub for it, and actually bring in more money to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for moving the amendment. I call Philip McGuigan.
Last Collier. Sinn Féin wanted to deliver an economy based on creating good jobs, increasing productivity, tackling regional imbalances, and transitioning to net zero to help improve the quality of life for workers and families who live here. Given years of Tory austerity and their attacks on our public services, our budgetary challenges and our limited powers, this will not be without its challenges. It will require a strategic and focused approach if we are to make a meaningful impact on people's lives. And that impact must be positive. It must be about improving people's quality of life. It has to include reducing poverty, addressing the existing skills deficit, and it should mean investing in all geographical areas of the North. Utilising and building on the potential of the all-island economy, we can grow our tourism and hospitality sector, our manufacturing sector, and the green economy, which we have said in this chamber on many occasions has huge potential for our SMEs, our economy and our population. And I also recognise the highly skilled engineering jobs and workforce within the aerospace and shipbuilding sectors, the employment and apprenticeship opportunities they have created, and that there is significant innovation, research and development into aircraft and shipbuilding as well as cyber security. But it is the shifting of the focus in this motion, and therefore the limited economic resources towards strengthening Britain's arms industry that I must take issue with. We can build a strong economy without endorsing or helping to grow the arms trade. An industry, let's face it, that depends on, in fact, needs profits at perpetuating conflict, destruction and death. We can see that with devastating effect and tragically its impact on human life every night watching the news. Sinn Féin are clear in our view that the USA and Britain must stop arming Israel. And we are also clear in our view that InvestNI government policy should not be supporting anything that ends up being used to carry out genocide. We cannot ignore Britain's track record in conflicts across the globe. In Britain's case, defence can mean intervening in conflicts or attacking nations around the world whenever and however they decide. If we look back in recent decades, let's not kid ourselves that any of these conflicts were about defending the shores of Britain. Last Collier, at the beginning of my contribution, I stated that Sinn Féin want to deliver an economy based on creating good jobs, increasing productivity, tackling regional imbalances and transition to net zero to help improve the quality of life for workers and families here. I want to add to those factors and state that ethical procurement and ethical investment should be a key focus of policy. There are many ways to grow our economy that do not make the North complicit in the promotion or expansion of British or any other nation's war machine.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, members, when the next member to speak will be Saoirse Eastwood. Thank you.
It's question time to the Minister for Justice, and we will start with listed questions. Questions 6 and 12 have been withdrawn, and I call Mike Nesbitt.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Question 1.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Department is responsible for maintaining the statutory framework for the Police Service of Northern Ireland and Police Service of Northern Ireland Reserve injury benefit regulations for injury on duty and police pension scheme in Northern Ireland in relation to ill health retirements. The Department has no role in the application process for injury on duty and/or ill health retirement. This is an operational matter for the Northern Ireland Policing Board. I am committed to respecting the role and independence of the Board in that regard. My department is responsible for appointing independent medical referees, IMR, to decide appeals against the decision of the selected medical practitioners, SMPs. My department is considering the Northern Ireland Audit Office recommendations contained within its report on injury on duty schemes. However, the application process does not form part of this review.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mike Nesbitt for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that answer. At a policy level, would she agree with me that it is counterintuitive for the Policing Board, which after all is a scrutiny body, getting involved in service delivery, as is the case with injury on duty and ill health retirement applications?
Well, I wouldn't agree with the member, because this was actually a matter that was transferred from the Policing Authority, as was to the Policing Board at the time of the pattern review. And the reason was that as the employer, they were the people best able to do this function. It is something that the member will be aware there has been some ongoing conversation about, but I wouldn't want to prejudge the outcome of the various elements of that discussion that are ongoing at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jim Allister.
Given that the regulations give no function to the selected medical practitioners to determine the date of implementation of an award, and yet that is what the Policing Board have been allowing them to do, sure, as a minister with some oversight and interest in that, she should be raising with the Policing Board why they're placing a reliance on the selected medical practitioners who don't have the powers that they are exercising.
Minister.
The issue of the powers and duties of the selected medical practitioners forms part of the discussions which we're having with the IOD reference group. But it would be fair to say that we also intend to put the guidance which is provided to the SMRs on a statutory footing. We hope to have that before the committee during this month, and would hope to have it before the Assembly, the regulations led before the Assembly by the summer.
Minister, I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you. Could the Minister outline how she has addressed the 4 recommendations from the Northern Ireland Audit Office relating to the police injury on duty?
Thank the member for her question. There were 4 recommendations. One was a fundamental review of the PSNI scheme should be undertaken, similar to the ongoing review of the next IOD scheme by DOF. Second was that a review of the PSNI scheme should simplify and streamline the end-to-end process and consider the respective roles of PSNI, the board and the department. Third was that a new case management system for the PSNI scheme would provide better reporting and analysis of management information. And fourthly, the DOJ, DOF and the Northern Ireland Policing Board would take action in the short term to mitigate issues arising with the current schemes. And they gave a set of things that they thought we were able to do, including clearer guidance to medical practitioners, the role as final decision makers, and also ensuring that the payments are in place and include offset provisions. The department has made amendment regulations to ensure payments of all police pension schemes are considered when calculating an injury on duty award, which is in line with the Northern Ireland Office recommendation, and we are currently consulting on potential changes to the IOD scheme more generally to reflect the recommendations of the Northern Ireland Audit Office report.
Thank you, Minister. I call Justin McNulty.
That's Count Corley, and thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, what discussions have you had with the police and the Policing Board in relation to the data breach, in relation to how that might impact possible ill health retirement, and how much of the police budget will be spent on that data breach over the coming 5 years?
I've had extensive conversations with both the police and with the Northern Ireland Policing Board in respect of the data breach. I've also obviously had to have those conversations in the context of the budget. I don't have a figure on the 5-year requirement, but I do know that this year, the police have bid for around £116 million to cover the cost of the data breach in 2024-25, and that is one of the considerable pressures facing the Department of Justice and the PSNI.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Number 2, Minister.
Minister.
Whilst the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service has sponsorship responsibility for the Planning Appeals Commission, the Commission is an independent appellant body. Thus, similarly to the judiciary, it is completely independent of the Department in its handling of cases and in its decision making. It would not therefore be appropriate for me as Minister of Justice to comment on matters that encroach on the independence of the Chief Commissioner or to provide commentary on or assessments of their decisions.
Tom Buchanan for a supplementary.
Does the Minister then accept that it was inappropriate for the Planning Appeals Commission to suspend the start of the public inquiry, contrary to the publicly expressed views of the 3 referring authorities, namely DERA, DFI Roads and DFI Planning Authority, who believed the public inquiry should commence in September of this year?
As I made clear in my initial answer, I cannot give commentary on the decisions taken by the Chief Commissioner. They're entirely independent operationally of the Department, and it would be inappropriate for me to second-guess their choices.
I call Doug Beattie.
Question 3, please.
It's vital the prison staff are supported to undertake their role of supporting and challenging people in prison to change and to return to society equipped to make a positive contribution to their community. That's one of the reasons why, in June 2020, I commissioned a focused review of measures available to support prison officers. 2 evidence-based reports, one on serving staff and one on retired staff, were published in January 2021 alongside implementation plans. The report made 12 recommendations for operational staff, which included the completion of a grading review, the further development of bespoke support services, and the establishment of wellbeing hubs in our prisons. There has been substantial progress against those recommendations. By way of example, in 2023, over 400 staff were provided with bespoke training and support from the Police Rehabilitation and Retraining Trust. That partnership continues to evolve and progress.
I call Doug Beattie for a supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer, and I know the hard work that they've done, the Department has done in regards to operational prison staff. Can I just ask a question in regards to recommendation 6C, and that was about a human resource team being set up in prison service headquarters to deal in bespoke matters with the prison service individuals' issues, which used to be the cage. So it's nearly a revert back to what we had previously, as opposed to being dealt with by the Northern Ireland Civil Service HR.
As the member will be aware, that is the position that predated the current arrangements where this is an issue for NICS. I have to say that at this point in time, it would not be possible for us to bring that back into the department without considerable cost to the department. One of the reasons for it being outsourced to NICS HR was, first of all, that in terms of the terms and conditions of employment for prison service, while you're employed as a prison officer, you are employed under the terms and conditions of a member of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. And the second is that there were considerable economies of scale to be gained from having that done by NICS HR. There has been work done in terms of transformation for OHS, including a disciplinary occupational health and wellbeing advice service for the whole of NICS, including prison officers. And where we have raised specific issues with them in regard to concerns that have been raised with us by the prison service, they have responded rapidly to those.
I call Joanne Bunting.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, prisoner numbers have been at almost 2,000 for a sustained period. Current officer recruitment will only bring levels to that required for a population of 1,450, leaving officers and regimes under considerable strain. Can I ask the Minister what can be done to expedite recruitment to bring officer numbers to the appropriate level for the prison population, and is there sufficient money in the new departmental budget to do so?
Well, of the many pressures that we face, prisons is one that is considerable. The prison numbers are not quite as the member has suggested, but they are certainly rapidly approaching that 2,000 mark, and they're 37% up on what they would have been, for example, in 2020. So it's a considerable increase. That makes the prison arrangements more challenging in terms of what we can deliver in terms of rehabilitation, but we continue to prioritise the safety of those within the prison system, including officers. We are also continuing and have continued throughout this period to recruit officers at the pace that we can sustain, and will continue to do so for as long as possible, but it would be fair to say that there are no additional resources coming our way to fund that.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, with regards to our prison officers, as you've said, they have a clear duty to care for and provide safety and rehabilitation for our prisoners. In addition to the increase in numbers, can you outline to the House what specific supports are available for prison officers who face a range of stresses and concerns at this time?
The Prison Service collaborate, as you know, with the Police Rehabilitation and Retraining Trust following some of the work that I did in 2020-21, and that is continuing to evolve. I mentioned already 400 staff were trained and supported through PRRT, including preventative resilience training to teams such as those working in current supervision units, right up to governors and also new recruits. Last year, around 100 operational staff attended a new Health and Wellness Day at PRRT, aimed at providing advice on a range of wellness issues such as resilience, diet, exercise and sleep patterns. Subject to the availability of funding, this programme will be rolled out further across the service. There is also health and wellbeing services available to all NICS staff, including the Welfare Support Service, Self-Referral Facility, Confidential Counselling through Inspire, and a number of others. However, we have also, in our bespoke staff survey, identified some additional measures. Results from that survey will be available to us by mid-May, and it is hopeful at that stage that we will be able to continue to evolve our cooperation and support for staff.
I call Mark Durkin.
Question 4.
Resourcing within the PSNI is a matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. I respect the Chief Constable's operational independence and the role of the Policing Board in holding him to account. Therefore, it would not be appropriate for me to make an assessment of these matters. I have, however, repeatedly lobbied for the justice sector in Northern Ireland to be funded appropriately, and I will continue to work closely with the Chief Constable and the Board to ensure that we have a police service that is properly resourced in all aspects for the challenges it faces.
I call Mark Durkin for supplementary.
During the Assembly debate on South Armagh on the 22nd of April, the Minister said that the most recent assessments suggested that a service of approximately 7,200 officers is needed. Can I ask the Minister who made these assessments, given that they fall far short of the Chief Constable's assessment of 8,500 officers and significantly short of the commitment in the New Decade New Approach to 7,200 officers?
Well, first of all, the New Decade New Approach was a commitment to 7,500 officers. 7,200 officers was the figure that the previous ACC, Stephen Martin, had provided in terms of advice on the numbers that were required. However, the figure of 6.9 to 7.2 actually came from the Leapwise report, which was commissioned by the Chief Constable and was shared with the Policing Board and myself. And the conclusion of that report stated policing numbers should be in the region of 6,900 to 7,200 officers.
I call Diane Forsyth.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. I know the police are obviously under immense pressures, and in South Down we face some very specific problems with our wide area covered and the rural nature of our policing, and I was wondering if the Minister has any indication of any specific areas of Northern Ireland where there's a particular shortage on PSNI, regional disparity or rural-urban disparities.
Deployment of the operational resource that the Chief Constable has at his disposal is entirely a matter for him and would be one that he would take up with the Board, so I wouldn't be able to advise the member on where those stresses are likely to be most acutely felt, and I'm also sure she wouldn't want us to name those locations where people might feel somewhat less supervised in their activities were we to disclose them. However, I would encourage her perhaps to meet with the Chief Constable if she has specific concerns about the policing in her area.
I was
wondering if the Minister could clarify how much of the PSNI's pressures were included in your department's bid to the Department of Finance for additional resources as part of the budget setting process?
Minister.
In total, the department applied for £446 million, which is just over 40% of our baseline budget, by way of inescapable pressures. So those are issues for which we have no funding and which we cannot avoid paying. Of that £446 million, £318 million related to PSNI request. Only £8 million of that related to pressures which you could argue perhaps are not inescapable, in that it was for recruitment of new officers, but given the low number of officers we have at the moment, we decided to prioritise that request on behalf of the PSNI, given that members, as have I, have stated our intent to see the service grow.
I call Nick Matheson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question 5, please.
Minister.
The Minister of Finance made a written ministerial statement to the Assembly on the 25th of April 2024, after which the budget allocations were issued to departments. My department's allocation was £95 million, or around 9.9% of the total funding available. That compared to our pressures of £446 million, which represented 14% of the total pressures reported by departments. So had we been funded on a pro rata basis, our expected allocation would have been £134 million, or £39 million higher than it was. The additional allocation of £95 million is only £9 million more than the funding of £86 million that was required in 2023-24 to meet departments' pressures. Against this marginal increase in funding, my department is facing increasing demand for services and inflationary cost rises, as well as the impact of pay awards. I'm very conscious of the limited funding that the Executive had available to allocate. However, whilst the additional £95 million of funding is welcome, it still leaves my department facing pressures of £351 million in 2024-25. To put some perspective on the scale of the pressures involved, £351 million equates to the combined annual spend of prisons, courts and tribunals, legal aid, forensic science and the core department. The severity of the financial position for justice is exacerbated by the combined effects of historic underfunding compared to need for Northern Ireland and the demand-led structure of the majority of services delivered by justice organisations.
I call Nick Matheson for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister advise how these significant pressures can be managed and what the impact of that is likely to be?
Well, there is a major question not only as to how they can be managed, but as to whether they can be managed. However, it is my job as Minister to seek to find a way to do so. There is no recognition in the 2024-25 budget settlement of that increased demand facing the department. We've already heard mention in this chamber of the 35% increase in prison numbers in the last 3 years, police officer numbers being at an all-time low of 6,394 against the New Decade New Approach recommended level of 7,500. And of course a 30% increase in legal aid costs and significant backlogs in our courts. Difficult decisions on prioritisation and service provision will be required, as the department will have to manage these pressures in order to live within its budget allocation. Given the challenging budgetary position, there will inevitably be a detrimental impact on the ability to continue to fund all the services we currently deliver. It will inevitably result in a slowing down of the justice system, and whilst that is regrettable and damaging to our citizens, it is unavoidable given the scale of financial pressures. However, more concerning, it will without doubt increase the risk of a catastrophic failure of the system, compromising our ability to preserve life, protect the public and keep people safe, and it is around that I am making my priorities.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Minister. I acknowledge that there is a real constraint on your budget and every other department's budget. That is obvious. It's true to say that in this round your department has done slightly better than some other departments, but it is also worth acknowledging that that comes after years of very constrained budget settlements. You mentioned that would constrain and curtail services. Can you be more specific about which services you are looking at for prioritisation and, by extension, deprioritisation?
Minister.
I can't be more specific because, first of all, the budget allocations to the various ALBs and partner organisations have not yet been issued. Those will go in the first half of this week. And also because I am currently working my way through a list of areas, operational areas within the gift of the core department that I may wish to scale back or to take forward more quickly in terms of how we try to manage the budget going forward. But as I said in response to the original question, my priority is to do all I can within budget without compromising our ability to preserve life, protect the public and keep people safe, which is our first and primary duty.
I call Doug Beattie for a supplementary.
Minister, if there is a major increase in funding through the June monitoring round, do you believe that the budget process that was run at the Executive should be delayed and rerun, taking that into account?
Minister.
There are two separate issues. The first is that we need to give certainty to those organisations who need a budget in order to be able to spend money this year. We also need to give a definitive answer to my department as to what resource it's going to have. So I think we have to proceed with this year's budget. I think it's essential that we do so. With respect to the June monitoring round coming as hot on the heels as it does of the budget setting process, to be honest, it will be a supplementary process, but it's likely to be done if not alongside, certainly shortly after the main allocations, but I don't see that holding back one to do the other would be helpful. I think it's much better to give people clarity so they have the maximum amount of time to adjust to the new spending environment in which they'll find themselves, and the maximum amount of time to adjust to that. And then I do think if we do get significant extra resource through, it will be a matter for Executive to decide based on the bids we put in for that, and also any new bids emerging, and indeed any money that is surrendered by departments, which I expect will be rather small at this stage in the year, to decide where that is reallocated. But I think we should do that process through the normal route.
Question 6 has been withdrawn. I call Brian Kingston.
Number 7.
The decision to close PSNI inquiry offices is entirely an operational matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. As I am committed to respecting the operational independence of the Chief and the role of the Northern Ireland Policing Board, it would not be appropriate for me to give an assessment of whether Musgrave Police Station will have sufficient capacity to respond to in-person inquiries in a timely manner. However, the member may wish to direct his question directly to the Chief Constable. However, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it is important to acknowledge that the resourcing challenges faced in policing are replicated across all parts of the justice system, and that without additional significant resources for my department, the current levels of service across the board will simply not be able to be maintained.
Brian Kingston for supplementary.
Yes, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I appreciate it is a matter for the Policing Board, but the Minister will be aware that it is a matter of great concern for communities which will lose the front desk of their local police stations, such as at Tennant Street. Indeed, I understand that Musgrave Street will be the only station, not just in Belfast, but many surrounding areas as well, that will have a front desk for people, the public to call in. So I would ask them if the Minister, along with those with direct operational responsibility, can monitor the waiting times at Musgrave Street, and also, if possible, to explore if there could still be some call-in arrangement or call-in function by arrangement for people with things such as handing in 11-bar-1 parade notifications, or those required to sign in accordance with court bail conditions.
There's 5 questions there, Minister. Answer which one you feel fit.
I'll answer the one that says that obviously this is a matter for the Chief Constable to decide how this will be monitored, but I would also want to say to the member that of all of the decisions that will need to be made, the closure of call-in front offices is probably going to be one of the easier ones. My own constituency has lost that call-in facility, and I know many other members feel the same way. However, they were prioritised for reduction on the basis that many of them are not frequently used and therefore did not represent a good use of limited resources. However, I'm sure the Chief Constable will have heard what you said today and take that into account when he's reviewing it.
Call Malaysia McHugh.
Number 8.
Question number 8, Minister.
While the legislation once enacted will automatically quash the convictions of all those who meet the specified conditions, we will need to identify and notify individuals that their convictions have been quashed and ensure that their records are updated. My department has been working at pace with our operational partners to plan for implementation and identify any cases within the scope of the legislation. That work is ongoing. Although the number of cases that have been identified in Northern Ireland is relatively small, the hurt and distress the Horizon scandal inflicted on the individuals concerned is no less significant. I am therefore keen to ensure that all those who have had convictions overturned or cautions deleted are notified as soon as possible, and that those eligible to receive financial redress should be allowed to access that as swiftly as possible also.
I call Malaysia McHugh for a supplementary.
Thank you for your answer.
And thank you for your comment.
Justice delayed is justice denied, and in many respects we do know just what it is that those postmasters and mistresses have suffered here in the north of Ireland. So that what steps, in fact, can you take to ensure that they are compensated for their loss to date?
Minister.
The compensation scheme is going to operate on a UK-wide basis, so there will be no role in terms of the Department of Justice in that compensation scheme or making that available to people. However, our role is to ensure that the criminal records are suitably updated, and we have already worked as quickly as possible and at pace with colleagues. So where we know that people have had a conviction that falls within the remit of this legislation, and we're able then to take steps to notify a person or a relative if that person is deceased. As soon as we get royal assent, we will then write to those individuals who fall into that category within the scope of the bill, stating that their convictions have been quashed and their records will be amended accordingly. Some individuals who are in scope are not yet known to us, so we've not been able to identify where they are or how to reach them, but we're working very closely both with the PPS, the courts, and with the National Representative Group for Sub-Postmasters to try to identify those individuals who may be applicable under the terms of this legislation but not known to the Department of Justice.
Minister, I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your work in ensuring the Post Office Offences Bill applies in Northern Ireland. The Horizon scandal has been horrendous. So what I would like to know is if you could please tell us how you will make sure that people affected by this in Northern Ireland, how quickly will they find out that their conviction's been quashed?
Well, 2 convictions have already been overturned by the appeal court, leaving, we believe, around 26 cases that might be within scope. To date, we have identified also 1 caution along similar grounds. The legislation also allows anyone who thinks they may be within scope to come forward and identify themselves to us, and where they meet the conditions specified, we'll confirm that that is the case. As soon as we reach royal assent, those who are known to us will receive a letter to notify them that their conviction has been quashed. And I would encourage anybody either who believes they're within scope and doesn't receive a letter, or anyone who knows of someone who was affected who may not have been engaged or who may have moved on and be living somewhere else, to ask them to contact the department, as we're very keen to follow up and ensure that everybody who could benefit from this legislation is able to do so.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for those answers. Minister, I'm sure you'll agree that the impact on those affected has been profound. It's affected every aspect of their lives for many years. What would you say to the Post Office in relation to how those people have been badly mistreated by a trusted institution that is used by our people every day? And have you met with those affected in Northern Ireland?
Yes, I have met with the representative body for sub-postmasters, and they were very pleased at the progress that had been made by the department in terms of getting the compensation and the convictions dealt with at a UK-wide level, because that is the quickest access to the redress scheme that is possible. From my perspective, I've been very clear, but in terms of the impact that this has had on individuals' lives, and indeed in terms of, in some cases, the fact that the loss of their business and the shame that it brought drove people to suicide. And I think that that is a very serious issue. However, there is an inquiry ongoing, and it would be wrong of me to prejudge the outcome of that inquiry.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stuart Dixon.
Question number 9.
Together with the Minister of Health, I'm finalising a new 7-year domestic and sexual abuse strategy with input from the Departments of Education and for Communities and the Executive Office. The draft strategy is built around 5 pillars: partnership, prevention, children and young people, support and provision, and justice, and it will provide the basis for a wide range of work to protect and support victims and address abusive behaviours. I want to thank voluntary and community sector partners for their invaluable input and for sharing insights from those with lived experience in the strategy. This has led to a more effective strategy that will make a meaningful difference to those affected by domestic and sexual abuse and their families. Health and justice officials will brief the respective committees on the 30th of May, we hope, and I intend to publish the strategy and action plan jointly with the Minister for Health in June.
Stuart, quick supplementary and Minister
Thank
response.
you, Minister, can you outline for us the Department's response to the Leonard Consultancy report in respect of MARAC services?
Thank you, Minister.
I'm committed to ensuring that the risk posed to victims of domestic abuse is assessed and managed as effectively as possible, and so we're setting up a dedicated multi-agency oversight group to consider the report's recommendations and develop costed options for reform, informed by a number of working groups that will be established to report into it. The core membership will include DOJ, Department of Health and the PSNI, with other organisations also being invited to contribute.
Perfect. So that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 3 has been withdrawn, and I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, we are seeing shocking examples of hate crime right across this island. We are more than 3 years on from the publication of the Marinan Review. You yourself were clear after that we needed standalone hate crime legislation, but in a written answer to myself and indeed on the floor of this chamber, you have cast some doubt over whether we would have a standalone hate crime bill, but rather said it could be clauses incorporated into another bill. Given hate crime is clearly not going away, quite the opposite, what has changed, and don't we need a standalone hate crime bill?
Minister.
Well, first of all, what has changed is that we have lost 2 years of this mandate because the Assembly was suspended. Secondly, the resources to my department are significantly constrained, and that includes the human resource required to actually develop legislation. The plan had been for 5 bills in a 5-year mandate. That has had to be compressed, and one of the bills that would have been in the latter part of the mandate was the hate crime bill. However, to ensure that we did not fail in tackling the issue of hate crime, we looked at bringing forward a victims and hate crime bill as one of the options that we're dealing with now. We're also looking further at the potential in order to expedite the key recommendation from Judge Marinan, which is that we have an aggravated offence model, of actually bringing that forward as part of the sentencing bill that would ensure that that is in place a year earlier. But we're in discussions both with officials and indeed with members from the sector to ensure that whichever option we choose, we have the foundational hate crime elements that we would have had in primary legislation brought forward in this mandate.
I call Matthew O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Of course, we know that we've lost 2 years, but it's true to say that your department's been working on this since 2020, so it isn't new to them. You were clear some years ago that we needed a standalone hate crime bill. It seems that the victims, it was last week called the Victims in Crime Bill, it's now called the Victims of Hate Crime Bill, so it's taken on a new title, but that's fine. Isn't it the case that since your officials have been working on this for 4 years, and with respect, Minister, you campaigned loudly to get this job, people who need this legislation will be wondering what's taking so long and why we aren't going to get a standalone hate crime bill?
Minister.
To be clear, I didn't campaign to get this job. I was nominated by a party colleague and I accepted it when the Assembly voted for me, but I didn't actually campaign to be Justice Minister, to be absolutely clear. And the second thing to say is that whether this is a standalone piece of legislation or whether it is legislation developed by another vehicle will not change the import of the legislation nor its implementation in the courts. The bottom line is that in a restricted mandate, I have to look at what resource I have available to me. That's the reality of government. It may not be the reality of opposition, but it is the reality of government. And therefore, I have to find a way to manage the resource I have in a way that is most impactful. The most impactful part of this for victims is to have that aggravated offence in place. And that is the bit that I am absolutely focused on getting through in this mandate. And my position on that and on hate crime in general has not wavered.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, Retail NI recently launched an action plan to tackle retail crime, which highlighted alarming statistics, including findings that 67% of retail staff that were surveyed had been victims of violence and threats. Can the Minister advise what steps she has taken to tackle this, please?
There are a number of issues. I mean, first of all, I was at the Retail NI launch and the figures, I think, are absolutely disgraceful, and I think all of us in this chamber would agree that it is absolutely abhorrent that anyone who is providing a public service or serving the public should be subjected to any kind of abuse or attack while they're doing so. And so it's important for me that we look at what options, again, we have within this mandate to be able to redress that. One of the areas that we're considering now is I had originally intended to have an aggravator in the sentencing bill for those who are providing public services in the public sector. particularly those who are involved in emergency response. And we're now looking at how we can widen that to encompass a wider group of people, including those who work in retail. The language around that is about providing a public service or a service to the public, and that would give protection not only to retail workers and to first responders, but we'd also give protection, for example, to those who are providing resources as a result of their charitable work, and would also cover people, for example, who work in transport who have also come forward with fairly significant challenges.
Call Stephen Dunn for supplementary.
And thank the Minister for her welcome answer. Does she really recognise the frustration and vulnerability, I think it's true to say, felt particularly by the retail sector with the lack of action to date, and that we are now the only part of the UK without having the assault of shop workers as a specific criminal offence?
Well, I understand the frustration, and it's shared by me, because had we had the last 2 years where we were able to actually get on with our jobs, we might have been in a better place. But we are where we are, and my focus now is to make sure that we make as much progress as we can in the 3 years available to us.
I call William Irwin.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the serious issue of ramming incidents on PSNI vehicles, resulting in some 77 police officers being injured, many in my own constituency. What steps is the Minister taking to increase sentencing for those that are found guilty of this such deliberate, reckless and life-endangering criminality?
We had a very useful debate in the Chamber on this matter only a number of weeks ago, and then I set out the particular offences that could be engaged in terms of prosecution for these offences. The issue of these offences being frequent is not one that is unique to Northern Ireland, nor are we at a disadvantage in terms of legislation, in terms of how to actually take forward prosecutions. However, I would point back to what I've said about those who are first responders and those who are providing a service to the public. So if they were to be injured in that context, it would be an aggravating offence if this legislation goes through.
Call William Mervyn for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her response. The Minister will accept that the number of police being injured in these circumstances is totally unacceptable, and more needs to be done to deal with it.
Well, much of what needs to be done to deal with it, I think, is that the public need to recognise that when the police are doing their jobs, they are there to protect the public, to preserve life and to keep people safe. And I think that the public need to be supportive of the police in that. I think there has to be a culture where we do not tolerate attacks on the police, and I think we can all contribute to that in terms of how we conduct ourselves and discuss these matters. In terms of what more can be done, there will be operational things that will lie with the Chief Constable, and indeed things that will lie with the Policing Board that they may wish to pursue further. But in terms of legislation, as it stands, these are prosecutable offences, and as it will stand, hopefully post the legislation that we bring forward in this mandate, they will also be aggravated offences.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like the Minister to turn her gaze now to obstructive pavement parking and maybe update the Chamber in any talk she has had with the Minister for Infrastructure or his department.
The matter of parking is decriminalised, and as a result it is for the Department of Infrastructure with local councils to take the lead, so the policy lead would not be mine. The issue of obstructive parking is an offence that I know is particularly difficult to make out. Unless there are markings on the pavement, you require a police officer and the illegally parked vehicle or obstructive vehicle and someone being obstructed to be present before action can be taken on it. But it isn't something that the Department for Infrastructure have brought to the Department's attention by way of wishing either to look at what recommendations we might have in terms of proportionate fines or offences, or whether they wish to restructure the offence in some way, because they would be the policy lead.
Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think the answer to that question then is that there's been no talks at this point. And in terms of this is a matter, if there has been no markings on the road, that it is for the police then to uphold that, and it is a serious public safety issue. Given the impact on people with prams and perhaps the disabled most, would the Minister then like to maybe give an undertaking then to address this issue with the Minister for Infrastructure?
Well, if the Minister for Infrastructure prioritises this as a matter and comes to the Department of Justice to discuss it, I will be more than happy to have that discussion. But as I say, the lead policy when it comes to parking and to other roads issues is the Department for Infrastructure. I'm well aware of the issues. I can't say I've had no contact with the Department on the matter because I've written frequently as an MLA myself.
I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if she has any plans to repeal Northern Ireland's archaic vagrancy laws in this mandate?
Work on the review of the Vagrancy Act 1824 and the Vagrancy Ireland Act 1847 is ongoing. My intention would be to repeal the provision in those acts that apply to Northern Ireland in the current mandate.
Well, Nick Matheson for a supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for providing that confirmation. Further to that, does the Minister agree that homelessness is not itself a criminal offence and that what is required to address it are policy interventions rather than criminal sanctions?
Minister.
Absolutely agree. It had been my intention to do this in the last mandate. However, given the limitations of the then rescoped Justice Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill and the subsequent engagement of the Department's policy and legislative resources in the delivery of that meant that it wasn't possible to do. However, I would be hopeful that we will be able to do it on this occasion. I do not believe that being homeless in and of itself should be punished and should be the police, should be the lead agency in tackling it. There are many people who should be engaging with those who do not have shelter and accommodation before it ever finds its way to the police.
I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Could the Minister give an assessment of delays in the criminal courts?
Tackling delay is probably one of the biggest challenges facing the justice system, and it is a key priority for me and for the department. COVID had a significant impact, so we found backlogs coming through that, which will take time to clear, and we didn't receive the resources that we would have needed to be able to do that. Prior to COVID, however, the department's efforts to tackle delay were starting to have a positive effect, with the overall average time to complete a criminal case falling from 169 days in December 2018 to 149 days in March 2020, when lockdowns were first introduced. Based on internal management information, provisional statistics show that the average time taken for Q4 of 2023-24 was 191 days. That is down from the post-COVID high point of 232 days, which was recorded in Q1 of 2022-23.
Call Andrew McMurray for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And will the budget settlement for 24-25 allow for recovery of the system?
Well, as I said earlier, one of the consequences of the limited budget that we have available to us is that everything will be slower. So the opportunity, for example, to open more courts, to recruit more skilled staff and to be able to enhance the throughput of the court system, including the payment of legal aid for those who are in need of financial support to access justice, will be incredibly challenging for all of us. There is also a corresponding challenge, for example, to the Director of Public Prosecutions in terms of their resources to be able to prosecute cases. We have, however, prioritised a programme of work targeted at reducing avoidable delay within the system, and those key work streams, there are 5 of them in total, we are working through now and will continue to take forward at pace, because ultimately, if we can do more with less in the criminal justice system, we endeavour to do that and to make best use of the resources we have available, but undoubtedly it will be incredibly challenging.
I call Jerry Carroll.
You're obviously aware of recent revelations about police spying on journalists here, a shocking practice for journalism, democracy and human rights. What's your assessment of these revelations, and what do you think should happen next?
Minister.
First of all, I very much share the concerns that have been raised more widely about routine surveillance of journalists and lawyers. Journalism is not a crime, and a free press is critical to having a free society. Similarly, when it comes to solicitor and client privilege, that is absolutely essential if we're to have an effective justice system that is trusted by the public. I have spoken to the Chief Constable about this and understand that a further report is due to be presented in June to the Policing Board in conjunction with their Human Rights Advisor. The Chief Constable is taking this incredibly seriously, as rightly he should, and is considering other mechanisms to provide reassurance. As you'll be aware, the PSNI being operationally independent from my department but accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board, it is important for me to allow the Policing Board the opportunity to thoroughly explore these issues with the PSNI in the first instance. I'm also aware that some of the allegations in part relate to scrutiny around security matters, which is an accepted matter and as such would fall to the Secretary of State, with whom I also tend to engage on this issue.
I call Jerry Carroll for a supplementary.
Minister, for our answer. Minister, you may or may not be aware that Amnesty International, CAJ and others are calling for a public inquiry. Do you support this, and do you support the releasing of the names of all all journalists, all campaigners who've been spied on by the police?
Well, there are two elements to that. The first is about the public inquiry, and as I've said, I believe that in the first instance it is right to allow the policing board to review with the Chief Constable what actions may or may not be appropriate from them and indeed from him, and depending on the outcome of that, I will then stand ready to listen to anything that they wish me or any action they wish me to take, and I don't want to rule anything in or anything out at this early stage. With respect to the second part of the question about releasing people's details, there are significant challenges in doing so. However, I think people should be made aware personally that they have been informed. Whether publication of their details into the public domain would be wise or not is really, I think, mostly a matter for them in terms of GDPR, but also in terms of any risks that they would perceive that to be to their person.
Thank you. I call John Stewart.
Ask the Minister to assess morale within the prison service at this moment in time.
I have been to prisons quite a bit since returning as Justice Minister. I think, like all parts of the public sector, it has been quite challenging in prisons, particularly due to the significant numbers of people there. However, I have seen good morale in many parts of the prison system, and I have to say very creative and very innovative work being undertaken by prison officers. As one example, when I attended Hyde Bank Wood and met with the women, their piece of work that they've been doing around healthy relationships and coercive control in terms of education has led to a number of the women in the justice system coming forward and making declarations which have now been able to proceed to prosecution. So I think that's an example of best practice within the prison service, and I think people are genuinely still very motivated around the work they do, but undoubtedly it's a very challenging time.
So that ends, sorry about that, John couldn't get in, but that ends the period for listed questions to the Minister for Justice. We now are moving on to questions for the Minister for Communities, and I call Cara Hunter.
Number one, please, Minister.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, a ban on so-called conversion therapy will require legislation to be agreed by the Executive and passed by this House. There are no definitive timescales for this.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, recently a study on conversion practices in Northern Ireland was published, and it showed that 7 out of 10 people had endured conversion therapy via a faith-based practice. Can I ask the Minister what his assessment is of this newly published study? Does he acknowledge the importance of banning conversion therapy, and will he commit to this House to banning it within this mandate? Thank you.
The member for her question. In relation to the report, it is one that I have received. I have started it, haven't made the way through it yet. It'll be an important part of the overall evidence base that we have, but it'll be by no means all that we need. So I look forward to taking evidence from a number of sectors so that we can take this legislation forward.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. I appreciate that the Minister is taking views from other sectors. So will the Minister confirm that any considerations will ensure the rights to freedom of speech and freedom of religion are protected?
Yes, the member is absolutely right to highlight this. We clearly need to protect people from coercive, abusive and humiliating practices, but that must not be at the expense of freedom of expression, freedom of belief, freedom of religion or freedom of speech. And that's why it's so important that we have a proper definition of what conversion therapy actually is, because I think that's what's tripped people up in the past and led to unintended consequences. I think that's why we have had a number of problems in other legislatures that have been trying to get legislation like this through, but have had to grapple with some of those rights issues as well. So it's important that we do get it right.
I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Forgive me if I've missed it, Minister, but I'm not sure that you've actually answered the question. Will we see a ban on conversion therapy in your department's legislative programme, and when can we expect to see that legislation in this House?
Minister.
I say to the member, I don't have timescales for that yet. Obviously, there's another process to go through yet of getting more evidence, of consultation, but ultimately I can't give a timescale because this is something that will need to be agreed by the Executive and then by this Assembly, and that's not something that I'm able to give a definitive timescale around at this point.
Call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, in April 2021, this House debated a motion that I brought forward on the harmful practices of conversion therapy, which passed with a clear majority. Therefore, can I ask the Minister to outline in detail what his department has done since that vote was taken?
Minister.
Well, clearly there has been work ongoing. My predecessor commissioned and funded a report. Academics have taken that forward. I've only just received this report. I understand that my officials have also been working with colleagues in other jurisdictions to learn from their experiences, and there will obviously need to be further stakeholder engagement as we move forward.
I call Jim Allister.
Yes, given the loose definitions that attend to this subject and the aggressive agenda of some who promote it, does the Minister accept that in any action taken it is vital to fundamentally protect religious freedoms, including the right to propagate and defend scriptural stances?
Minister.
Well, I think I was clear in my answer to Mrs Erskine that we do need to make sure that any legislation that is brought forward is rights compliant, and therefore we cannot bring forward legislation that puts a prohibition on freedom of expression, freedom of belief, or the right for people to express their religious beliefs either. Sometimes those views may not be palatable to everybody, but in a free society we must have the freedom to express those views even when others strongly disagree with them, and that is why for me the definition of conversion therapy is so important.
Called Sean Mulholland. Minister.
The recommendations in investing in creative delivery have not yet been implemented, but the foundation of work to develop a comprehensive strategy for the support and development of the culture, arts and heritage sectors will be based upon that work.
Sean Mulholland for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Given we're now more than almost 2 months into the new financial year, can the Minister give any reassurances to the arts sector about the budget that they are to receive? And will the Minister agree to meet with a group of representative organisations to hear their concerns?
Minister.
Yes, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm always happy to meet with those who have concerns or other issues that they want to raise with me. In terms of the budget, I do think it's important for the House to know just how challenging a budget settlement that my department has received. It is going to be difficult in very many areas. However, I have already stated how important I see the arts to be, the impact that they can have on people's development in their lives, especially young people. So I'm determined to do everything that I can to support the arts in Northern Ireland. That doesn't just mean supporting in terms of the budget that we have, but also helping to see other funding sources that are available to help the arts, and that is a conversation that I had in a recent UK Government Ministers meeting and other devolved administrations as well. Scotland has been very effective at finding other ways to support the arts. I want to see that replicated here as well, so that we're not just dependent upon the funding that's coming directly from this department.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, we often spend time in this chamber comparing ourselves to down south or across the water. One area where there is no comparison is in relation to arts funding. We spend less than half of what Wales spends, which is the lowest spender in the UK. We spend a fifth of what the Republic of Ireland spends on arts, and over the last decade the arts sector has had their budgets repeatedly slashed. I understand budget pressures are where they are, but can I ask that the Minister will look creatively at other sources of funding, for example shared island funding, for example financial transaction capital, or even would he agree to ask the Economy Minister and Finance Minister to discontinue our subsidisation of non-existent flights for £2.5 million per year to North America so that we could give that money to our struggling artists?
Look, any of those questions? Well, look, obviously it's not for me to encroach on the work of other government departments. However, I do agree that there is a disparity in terms of what we spend on the arts. The members quoting the Arts Council or equivalent bodies, we do spend a little bit more than that in some of the other sectors, but I do take the point that our spend here is lower, and it's not the fairest comparator, but I think it does indicate and is a consequence of the funding cuts that have taken place over a number of years. So I absolutely want to be in a position to protect the arts, and as the member has alluded to, I am looking for alternative sources as well and other ways in which we can support the arts to be sufficient and other income streams where possible.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker, thanks Minister so far for his answer. Minister, do you recognise the need to ensure that arts funding is distributed in a fair and impartial manner? across Northern Ireland, including rural areas, and the support for marching bands?
Yes, absolutely. I do. I don't think that the arts should be the preserve of any one community, any one area, or any one town or city. I want to support the arts right across Northern Ireland. I want to ensure that we can support the development of the arts, the sustainability of the arts, and encourage them to develop in areas perhaps where they haven't been as strong as they have in the past. That's something that I am committed to doing. The member has specifically highlighted the issue of marching bands. At the end of the financial year, I was able to allocate a small sum of additional money to help marching bands across Northern Ireland, because I understand the value that that brings, especially to young people that might not otherwise be involved in the arts in any other way. I think that's something that should be encouraged, and I hope to be able to see that happening again this year.
Colm McNesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, if I heard the Minister correctly, as yet there's been no implementation of the report. So if I may broaden the question, to what extent does he believe creativity in the arts can help deliver high-end programme for government outcomes?
Minister.
Well, I absolutely believe that it does, but I would say to the member, just because we haven't had progress on the direct delivery of these recommendations, it doesn't mean that nothing is happening. We are putting together the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy, which I look forward to announcing to the House soon, once I get agreement of the Executive. So it is important that that continues, but I absolutely believe that the arts play a role in many of the outcomes that we will want to see within the programme for government. I've said this before about sport and about the arts. They help people to show up, to be committed, to demonstrate dedication to something, to dedicate working together. Those are essential skills that will help young people in particular in their educational journey. But those outcomes also help in other ways and take pressure off departments like health and justice as well. So that's why I'm committed to supporting the arts, because I can see the impact that they can have.
Call Daniel McCrossan. Minister.
My officials remain engaged with NICS HR to progress recruitment competitions that will fill more posts substantively and to improve and speed up recruitment processes through the NICS People Plan. Following the lifting of the pause on NICS recruitment in 2023, my department has recently seen an increase in the number of substantive new starts.
Daniel McCrossan for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister give us some assessment as to why he believes there's a higher level of temporary promotions in his particular department, and could he outline why he believes there's an issue in recruitment and retention?
There's more in this department because mine is a bigger department. The percentage across the civil service is roughly the same, and we don't deviate from that. However, I will take this opportunity just to correct Mr McCrossan, if he doesn't mind, because at our last question time he claimed that there was 4,520 temporary promotions in my department. In fact, it's 1,764. He inflated it by 2.5 times, so I just thought it would be important to put that on the record.
I called Cheryl Brown-Lee for a question.
Thank you. Question 4.
Minister.
With the Speaker's permission, I'm going to group questions 4, 6 and 15 together. The sub-regional programme is a priority for me. My officials have been working closely with clubs at all levels to build strong relationships and understand needs, and have been developing proposals in partnership with an advisory working group. They are continuing to push forward at pace, and I plan to make an announcement in the coming days. Once final approvals are confirmed and proposals secured, I will be able to provide a time frame for the process to apply for funding.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response. It's great to hear. In the coming days, we'll hopefully have some very good news. 36 million, Minister, do you believe that's enough? And what will your department do to ensure football within our constituency, for example, Barn United, can be supported as much as possible to ensure grassroots football is protected, preserved and promoted?
Principal Deputy Speaker, I do agree with the member. £36.2 million is not enough, but it is a start, and we have been waiting for too long and for too many years to get this money out, and I'm determined to make sure that we get it delivered. But I accept it's not enough. It's a start, but not the height of our ambitions. I'm going to continue to get more for football right across Northern Ireland. I want to be in a position where the Executive can give more funding towards the sub-regional programme. But in addition to that, this is something I've raised directly with the UK government, when the UK Sports Minister, Stuart Andrew, was over here. I impressed upon him the need that we have in facilities right across Northern Ireland. So I'm determined to deliver, not just for performance clubs and for our national training centre, but for grassroots clubs as well. And that's what I look forward to doing for clubs such as Barn.
I call Peter McReynolds for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister will be aware that £36.2 million was committed in 2011 to improve Irish League football grounds. A consultation launched on football stadia funding in 2015, and 4 ministers have been responsible for that fund since then, 2 Sinn Féin and 2 DUP. It will be crucial for clubs across Northern Ireland, no less than in my constituency. Can the Minister confirm what amount of money is now needed 13 years later to meet the original aims of the programme, and from where he will hope to obtain that potential extra funding?
Minister.
Thank you.
We needed substantial more money, much more than £36.2 million. That's why I'm determined that we set out a long-term plan for football. This is a start. This £36.2 million I want to see dispersed soon, but it's not the height of our ambition. We will need more, and I look forward to working with clubs to deliver that Premiership and grassroots as well.
I call Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Minister, additional funding has been reported with a speculative figure of £100 million mentioned. Given the financial pressure on your department with the Casement Park project, is this additional funding for football achievable?
Minister.
Well, I'm not looking at the short term. I'm not looking at the next 2 or 3 years. I'm looking at the longer term process for this. And that was a sum of money that was committed back in 2011, and nothing extra has been added in that time. So yes, I do believe that we can and should ensure that football has what it needs, not just so that we can meet the needs of young people, but it is an investment in our future as well, because getting more people more active more of the time is key for me, because it will have impacts on our health service and education system and justice system as well. This will be a good investment, and look forward to delivering it.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, my department invests significant annual grant funding in the region of £6.6 million to support the delivery of independent, community-based advice and debt services to people in our communities right across Northern Ireland. In 2022, my department moved to a minimum 2-year grant funding allocation, which will soon be extended for a 3rd year to assist sustainability and stability of services.
Paula Bradshaw for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I visited a couple of advice centres in my constituency recently, and their managers are very concerned that they're going to lose very talented, very experienced advice workers if there's not a firm commitment of continuation funding. Can you advise when they're going to get their letters of offer? Thank you.
Well, obviously it's only been in the last number of weeks that I've received the final budget settlement for my department. That is still being worked through. However, she'll be aware of the funding being made available via the UK government for this service. So I hope that will be able to continue, and I hope to be able to give clarity as soon as possible.
Colin Gildernew for supplementary.
And also, just an acknowledgement of the pressure that staff are under, Minister, can you give us a date when you intend to publish the public consultation in respect of the independent advice and debt policy and delivery framework?
Diane, Minister.
My officials have worked with the advice sector and engaged extensively with stakeholders to develop proposals for how we will support the delivery of integrated advice and debt services in the future through our funding. And I expect the consultation on these proposals to launch in the summertime.
Diane Forsyth for supplementary.
Did the Minister commit to working with third-party providers like Christians Against Poverty, who also play such a valuable role in supporting those most vulnerable within our local communities?
Well, absolutely agree with what the member has said. I have worked with organisations including Christians Against Poverty in my own constituency, and I can see the impact that they have had. So I want to make sure that we can have partnerships and work with all of those who are determined to help address this issue right across Northern Ireland. I think we need to continue to look at best practice elsewhere as well, because I think there are issues with our uptake of debt advice in Northern Ireland, and that's where I think coordination with fantastic organisations like CAP can really make a difference.
I call Mike Nesbitt. Minister.
I'm delighted to hear that Northern Ireland will play host to its first ever test match when Ireland takes to the field against Zimbabwe at Stormont during this coming July. And we know how important this is, what a feather in the cap it is for Northern Ireland as well. Sport NI's Chief Executive has confirmed that over the past 5 years, a total of just under £1.4 million has been provided to Cricket Ireland as the governing body for cricket. In addition, a total of 151 service days for sporting expertise has been provided since 2021 to Cricket Ireland team members. I welcome any contact from Cricket Ireland to discuss their plans. However, I would stress that there still is uncertainty regarding my department's budget allocation and what additional support could be provided.
Call McNesmith for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Just to clarify, is he basically opening the door for a meeting with Cricket Ireland to discuss the test match and its funding?
I'm more than happy to meet with Cricket Ireland.
Brian Kingston for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I wish to ask the Minister, does he agree that we need a longer-term strategy for hosting sporting events in Northern Ireland, recognising our proven track record over recent years, including the World Police and Fire Games, the Giro d'Italia, the UEFA Under-19 Women's Tournament, and this summer the UEFA Under-19 Men's Tournament?
Minister.
Yes, I think we do need a longer-term strategy so that we can host more sporting events like this in the future. If you look back, I think of the Giro in 2012 and what a great success that was for Northern Ireland, really put the spotlight on many of our constituencies. I think that sometimes we can be limited in what we're able to do because we only have certain pots of money that are available in order to assist those that might want to host sporting events, tournaments here in Northern Ireland. So I think it is important that we look at a longer term strategy, and I would also like to see the Executive have a separate funding pot so that we could specifically target and promote and bring those larger sporting events to Northern Ireland.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, strongly support the test match coming. As someone who enjoys bowling fastballs at the Minister, I am glad to hear he's open to that. But would he agree with me, further to the previous question from his colleague Brian Kingston, that the biggest potential sporting event that would ever come to Northern Ireland are the European Championships in 2028, but in order for that to happen, we have to build Casement Park and it has to be ready on time. Will he confirm that he supports the Euros coming to Belfast, and he and his department will do whatever it takes to make that happen?
Minister.
Well, I'm not so sure about the first part of his comment in relation to his fastballs. I've yet to see evidence of that. However, in relation to the hosting of the Euros, I've been on record as saying I think it would be fantastic if we could be part of that tournament. However, as we know, that is dependent upon funding. That funding is not currently in place, and I await further clarity on that.
Okay, I'm going to move to Alex Eason.
Number 8.
Principal Deputy Speaker, intimidation, whatever form it takes, is unacceptable, as is the impact it can have on the wider community. As I confirmed during questions on the 23rd of April, I'm aware that there is significant concern that intimidation points are being abused. I can confirm that the Housing Executive undertakes a robust verification process to ensure points are awarded to those who meet the specified criteria. However, I believe that change is needed to ensure the victims of trauma or violence, including victims of domestic abuse, are treated more consistently. People who are genuine victims of violence must receive the priority that they deserve, and we must also ensure that the system cannot be abused. As part of the ongoing fundamental review of social housing allocations, I will consider the future options for intimidation points, and the independent research on this subject is close to completion.
Call Alex Eason for supplementary.
Thank you. Could the Minister maybe give a guarantee that he'll do a review of all points allocations to try and make sure that points are allocated in a better way than they currently are?
Well, the member will be aware of the 20 proposals that were made to social housing allocations. Most of those were implemented. One on intimidation has not been progressed. I am currently considering that. I have indicated that I think there needs to be change in that area. So once we get the report back and I get a further evidence base, I'll make a decision on that.
Jonathan Buckley for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, constituents who continue to engage with me continue to be plagued by antisocial behaviour in some of their communities. What can the Minister do in his department to ensure that we hold both housing executive and indeed housing associations accountable for those that commit antisocial behaviour and plague local communities?
Well, the member's absolutely right to raise this issue because it is of huge concern to many people who are having to live through some horrendous examples of antisocial behaviour, whose health and mental health are being impacted because of the behaviour of some of their neighbours. Now, in some instances, the housing executive and housing association will have the tools that they need, and I want to make sure that they are using those tools to crack down on those that are causing issues. But if there is further work that needs to be done in this area, if they need additional tools, I am more than happy to help them, whether that's legislatively or in any other way, because I'm sure we've all had experience of good people who are terrified of living in their own home and can't get anywhere else to go because of just one or two problem people, and there should be no tolerance for that whatsoever.
I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you had said that you condemn intimidation in all its forms. So would you agree with me that domestic violence and abuse is some of the most traumatic intimidation a person can face? And will you commit that this review will include intimidation points for victims of such abuse?
It's absolutely right for this issue to be raised again, as it has been before. It is horrendous when people are facing a threat of violence or violence from those outside their home. It's even worse whenever it's coming from inside their home, and we should not tolerate that in any way, shape or form. And I think that this Assembly has done a good job in standing together and saying it is completely unacceptable, and that is absolutely right that we do that. So of course I want to make sure that people that are facing this horrendous situation get all the help that they need, and that should be incorporated into how we allocate social housing.
Call Pat Sheehan.
Please.
Minister.
Ensuring that disabled people in Northern Ireland have the same rights and opportunities as the rest of our community is a key priority for me. I'm currently considering the next steps to be taken in the development of an executive disability strategy, which I intend to be taken forward at pace. This will include consideration of the need for a review and reform of disability legislation, which will include consideration of the benefits to be gained from incorporating the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities into devolved legislation. Final decisions on the timing of the implementation of the strategy will be subject to executive agreement.
Call Pat Sheehan for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister give a timeline for the publication of the disability strategy? And can he give a commitment that those who were involved in the co-design process will be given the opportunity to view and comment on it before it goes out to public consultation?
Minister.
Well, obviously, it's really important that we have those that we're helping with the co-design of the strategy be kept up to date with what's happening, and for no other reason than to be a good sounding board for what we eventually come to. So I'm more than happy to take this forward and to discuss this further with those interested parties. I don't have a timeline yet for the disability strategy, but it is something that is important to me and something that I hope we can progress at pace.
Call Reginald McCollum for supplementary.
For his answer so far, and I just want to ask, with regards to any recommendations contained within the strategy, do you anticipate that you will do an overarching piece of legislation, or can we make headway on a number of recommendations already before the strategy is outlined, because it's already there and it can be done?
Minister.
We don't necessarily need to wait for the strategy for the strategy to be in place before we move forward on some of these issues. Some of these issues are quite straightforward, some of them we can make progress on, and where we can do that, we will do that, and any legislation that follows could potentially be a substantial piece of work, but of course we'll keep members updated and involved in that.
Call Robbie Butler.
The delivery of new social housing units for people with disabilities will be delivered through the Social Housing Development Programme, subject to confirmation of the annual housing budget. housing executive place-shaping teams will continue to liaise closely with housing associations to ensure that housing mixes being agreed for new social housing schemes reflect the requirements of people with disabilities. All new wheelchair-accessible housing must be designed in accordance with the Housing Association Guide, incorporating generic, flexibly designed, future-proofed wheelchair-accessible housing into new housing schemes, which should address the majority of wheelchair users' needs. Over time, this will help alleviate the demands on the housing waiting list for this type of accommodation. Progress against targets has been slow, but the Housing Executive and housing associations continue to work to increase provision.
Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I know the Minister will agree with me that people with a disability face challenges to accessibility, but the Minister announced last week the intermediate rent scheme. The Minister then outlined that many of those 300 properties that he had discussed last week have been assessed for disability access and will be available to people with a disability.
Yeah, so that will be part of the framework and the discussions that go on whenever that goes out, which will be very soon, and we can have that discussion and ensure. But yes, absolutely. We have obviously our social housing has to be fit for those with disabilities and need adaptations. So it should be right that some of those homes available for intermediate rent are also the same.
So that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, Minister, the current state of Strabane town centre has become a real issue of concern for local traders, local residents and investors. In fact, it is adding to the issue of dereliction and safety for our local people. Can the Minister give an update to the House on the public realm scheme?
My department is working closely with Derry and Strabane District Council in relation to its city deal proposals for regeneration. The Council have now submitted the outlined business case for the Strabane Town Centre regeneration for approval.
For supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Unfortunately, it's the same answer he gave me 6 weeks ago in this House. Has there been any update to that, Minister? Because I was told that the business case was sent to the Department for Finance for approval in terms of the bid. The Department of Finance Minister has come back to me and said they have not received such a bid.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I am happy to get clarity on that for the member. That was Principal Deputy Speaker, I may have made a mistake. I may have been talking about the city deal for Strabane. I'm sorry, I've got so much about Strabane in this file. I may have given the member the wrong information, so I apologise to him and to the House. The final business case was submitted to the Department on the 16th of April 2024, and that requires my approval as well as DOF approval, and obviously I have to wait and look at the budget outcome before I can make any progression on that.
Okay, I call Diane Forsyth.
Principal Deputy Speaker, could the Minister please give his assessment of the performance of HED as a statutory consultee within the planning system?
Minister.
Yes, in terms of HED, the current target for the Historic Environment Division is 75% within 21 days, and I'm disappointed that this has fallen from 54% in 22-23 to 37% in Q3 of 23-24. And whilst this can be attributed in part to issues with the new planning portal, I recognise that this isn't good enough.
Diane Forsyth for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his response. What's the Minister going to do to improve this?
Well, first of all, I do want to accept that I recognise that improvement is necessary and that this isn't good enough. It has fallen well below expectations, and I never want to be in the position where HED is acting as a barrier to development and to growth unnecessarily just because of delays within the system. So I have instructed officials to look at this issue. I want to make sure that they are properly resourced, that they are getting the issues in terms of the interface with the planning portal right. I want to make sure that advice is given to applicants beforehand. But I also think it is important that we implement policy in a reasonable and proportionate way. I believe that we can protect our historic environment without being an inhibitor to growth, and that's really important.
Thank you. I call Owen Tennyson.
you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, can I ask why your department isn't intervening earlier to prevent recipients of carers allowance accumulating significant overpayment debt after breaching their weekly earnings cap?
Minister.
Yeah, I know that this is an issue of concern. I recognise the difficulty that it has caused for many people as well. We remain fully committed to assisting people who are repaying an overpayment debt and who are experiencing financial difficulties, and that support available includes help to develop tailored and affordable repayment plans, waiving an overpayment debt in exceptional circumstances, and signposting people to independent debt advice. And if the member has any constituents that he is concerned about and would like to refer to the department's debt management team, I'd be more than happy to facilitate that.
Colin Townsend for supplementary.
Grateful to the Minister for that answer. Minister, in GB they have a computer system which automatically flags when a carer exceeds their weekly earnings cap. Can I ask, do we have similar here? And if so, is it working properly?
Minister.
I don't have the specific details on that, but it's something I'm happy to write to the member about. But he is correct to highlight the fact that we want to make sure that this doesn't happen in the first place. Prevention is always better, and I'm happy to look at that to see what it is that we can do so that this doesn't happen again.
I call Tom Buchanan.
I ask the Minister to give us an update on the reform of local government.
Minister.
So I understand that this is an issue of concern. We have had 10 years since the changes that took place in terms of local government. That is something that falls under the remit of this department, and it is something that we will be taking forward shortly.
Tom Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you again, and thank the Minister for his response. Would the Minister agree that there is a disconnect between various councils which needs to be addressed?
Certainly, if the member has any specific issues that he wants to raise with me, I would be happy to do that. But really, councils, I would like to think that there wouldn't be a disconnect between the councils and the people that they represent. If that's what the member is referring to, I'd be happy to discuss that with him further.
Call Robbie Butler.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that I've written to him in regard to questions around thatched properties. A number of thatched properties, in fact most of them are listed buildings and are protected, and puts an unnecessary burden on the owners. Has the Minister had any negotiations with, for instance, the Minister of Infrastructure in regard to the planning limitations and restrictions?
I haven't had any meetings with the Minister of Infrastructure on this yet, but I am very tempted to. I don't know who is behind this, but a number of members in this House all of a sudden have become very interested in thatched roofs, and I am recognising that through the very, very many written assembly questions that I am getting on that. So I would be more than happy to take that up with him, if it is something that you think can be dealt with through a change in planning laws to take the pressure off those who are affected.
There's none in the new laws, Minister, but anyway, Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank the Principal Deputy Speaker. And one of the pressures is that any new build is much too expensive to do, and there's a loss of skills, and the Minister will see this. So just to get an undertaking from the Minister to understand the value of the thatched properties that we have and the fact that they are disappearing at an alarming rate, and would the Minister like to give that commitment today?
Minister.
Well, it is concerning they've disappeared in the new lodge altogether. So that is something that we need to look at. No, look, I'd be happy to see what it is that we can do in order to help in the particular circumstances that he raises. He's also right, clearly, to talk about the skills issue. That's something we're continually dealing with in this department, especially in terms of some of our historic environment monuments, making sure that people have those skills that are necessary. So I'm happy to do that.
I call Jim Allister.
Having waited in vain since the 27th of February for the Minister to answer a priority written question, can I ask him that question today? Has he any plans in respect of Casement Park to recover profits arising from future commercial use of the premises?
Minister.
I apologise to the House. I wasn't aware that question had gone unanswered. But in terms of Casement Park, there is a funding arrangement in place that is similar to the funding arrangements that were put in place in terms of Ravenhill and Windsor Park when the funding was made available for the redevelopment there. However, he will be aware that this has moved on considerably since then, and any new arrangement that's come to in regards of Casement Park would require the funding agreement to be looked at again.
Mr. Alistair for a supplementary.
In terms of other unanswered questions, can I ask him, in terms of value for money, the last project assessment review, I believe, was in 2019, and it raised red and amber signs about the viability. Has there been any more recent assessment review or any more recent value for money inquiry into Casement?
I'm happy to write to the member on that if there has been. It's not something that that I have seen so far in the documents that I have received, but happy to clarify that.
Call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you'll be aware, like others, about the housing pressures right across Northern Ireland and the difficulty to get homes. But you'll also be aware there's many homes that remain empty. Have you carried any assessments on the number of empty homes in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it's difficult for us to quantify exactly the number of empty homes that we have in Northern Ireland. However, LPS has told us that on their databases they have 20,958 vacant domestic dwellings. Now, that won't necessarily cover all empty properties. Some properties will not declare themselves to be empty, or their owners won't declare it to be empty because there's not the same rating benefit in them doing that, and there's other reasons why that might happen, but that gives us, I believe, a flavour and indication of just how many empty homes we have here.
Trevor Clark for a supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for that question? I think it's startling to hear the number of properties you refer to. Is there anything you can do as the Minister within your office to bring about some of those numbers, to reduce that number, actually to bring those into useful stock, to actually to sort of alleviate the pressure for those people facing housing pressures currently?
The member's aware, I'm sure, in his own constituency, as we all are, of the extreme housing pressures that many people find themselves in. It's something that I'm determined to address. I think that the empty properties are an important aspect of that. Whenever we have constraints in the planning system, restraints in terms of wastewater, we should make use of the properties that we currently have, as well as building more. There's no point these being left vacant. Now, we can do that in a number of ways. First of all, it will be part of our draft housing supply strategy, and we need to look at new and innovative ways, as they have done in other parts of the United Kingdom, in order to encourage those that own houses that aren't being used to allow them to be made available for let or for sale, and that may require some input from government. We also have the housing executive, and I need to make sure that they are in a position so that they can do the necessary renovations or refurbishments to empty homes so that they can be brought up to standard and rented out as well. Those are a number of steps that can be taken that could take the pressure off the housing stress that we have in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds.
I recently met with Banbridge Rangers in my Upper Ban constituency, and they indicated that they had needed to find a significant amount of money in order to meet IFA regulations and upgrades. Will the Minister's announcement include good news for teams like Banbridge Rangers?
Minister.
Well, the member will not expect me to comment on clubs, individual clubs in her own constituency. Well, I suppose she actually probably does expect me to comment on clubs on her own constituency, but I hope that she'll understand why I'm not going to do that. But yes, it will help clubs like those in Banbridge, as she has mentioned, because the sub-regional stadia programme is not just going to help those performance clubs, but those grassroots clubs as well. And I think that is really important. I do not want us to be in a position where we are turning young people away from playing football because there are not the facilities there that they so that they can play. I've seen it in my own constituency where parents have had to take young people elsewhere, and some parents aren't able to do that. and young people are missing out, and I do not want that to be the case. Therefore, I want to make sure that the funding that is available, yes, helps with our National Training Centre, helps with performance clubs, but also helps with those grassroots clubs that do so much good. Now, I will be making an initial announcement in terms of the process for the £36.2 million, but I also hope that we'll be in a position soon to extend that further so that we can get all of our facilities right across Northern Ireland up to scratch.
Diane Dodds for a supplementary.
That is indeed very good news, Minister, and really recognises the importance of the grassroots game. Another aspect of the game that is really developing is the women's game. And there is an urgent need, just as rugby has got a significant amount of money, to upgrade facilities in relation to changing rooms, etc., etc. Will you be able to address this issue as well?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and that's why the need is so big at the minute, because we have seen the incredible growth in the women's game, which has necessitated additional facilities and changing rooms and all the rest of it. And I think it's fantastic to see. It's great to see more people, especially young girls, getting involved in football. It's something that I welcome, and actually she's right, in rugby too. It's seen probably an even greater growth in that game. So it is important that we have those facilities so that we're not in any way hampering or hindering that growth, and that's why I'm determined to deliver for people on this issue.
Minister, could I ask you whether your department will provide an uplift in funding to the Supporting People programme, given the inflationary pressures on project delivery and sustainability of services, including homeless services and learning disability providers?
Ministry of less than a minute. Go for it.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I have a huge time and huge support for the Supporting People programme. I think it does an incredible job and helps people that would otherwise need much more serious and much more expensive intervention as well. Budget conversations are ongoing. He will be aware of the very tight budgetary environment that I am operating in, but I do want to be able to help the Supporting People programme because it makes a real difference in people's lives, and it's far more cost effective than what the alternative will be in very many cases.
Quick response.
And will you also be discussing that with the Housing Executive as well as your own departmental allocations?
Yes.
Please change the table for the next item, please. So.
Members, order members, we now resume the debate on the defence industries in Northern Ireland, and the next speaker is Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We know that the defence industry in Northern Ireland is significant, employing and training thousands of people and enabling a wide range of supplier businesses to develop and expand. Defence spending should be about protecting citizens from attacks from others, not furthering wars abroad. And it is in that space we want to ensure that the high-skilled sectors of aerospace and defence in Northern Ireland are given a fair share of UK spending. From the outset, let me say that the ethical questions as to who the UK trades arms with are a separate but absolutely critical issue. Domestic and international law requires the UK government to prevent the transfer of military equipment where there is a clear risk that exports might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. We are clear that the UK government needs to urgently ensure it is meeting these standards and should cease the transfer of military arms to Israel. While the UK government has signalled an increase in defence spending and a reconsideration of supply chains, there is a lack of clarity in how this is being paid for by the current government. First and foremost, there needs to be an honest conversation about this and clarity given. Coming on to the motion, there are key aspects I want to draw out and speak to specifically. Firstly, there is evidence given in the NI Affairs Committee relating to the social value aspect of defence contracts for local companies. Social value scoring and contracts should, when done well, incentivise and build our wider industrial base across Northern Ireland. It has to be that with any significant contract won, smaller suppliers feel benefits as well. If there is to be a more strategic partnership approach taken, then that means those smaller suppliers will have greater confidence to expand and invest. We will see our SMEs develop and win contracts in their own right. I know social value scoring is happening already, but evidence heard made it clear that more needs to be done from the UK side of things to ensure social value is not just part of the tendering process, but a key part, and that it is truly impactful. The other area I want to focus on is skills. We need to ensure that our skills policies enable training providers to be flexible and to meet the needs of industry and society, both now and in the future. This is not just an issue in aerospace and defence, and I want to make that point clear. That means greater investment in further education, completing the review of FE delivery and implementing recommendations, empowering and supporting small business to enable workers to undertake upskilling. It means a clear delineation of the role schools, FE and HE play. It means finally making some progress on improving careers advice in schools, a dedicated skills fund, an expansion of apprenticeships programmes, review of vocational... I will indeed.
Thank you. Particularly interested in the comments the members making around both a review of how education fits into all of this, but specifically around apprenticeships. Would you agree with me that if the UK government is serious about levelling up and putting additional funds into levelling up, that that must include Northern Ireland and it must include addressing the issue of the apprenticeship levy?
Absolutely, I would concur entirely with the members' remarks, and indeed I was about to move on to reform of the apprenticeship levy, something which I hope both the Economy and Finance Ministers continue to make the case to Treasury on. While improving on what we do in terms of skills policy, we need to keep our skilled graduates and workforce here. That is just as much about opportunity as it is about our health service and general standard of living. We also have a significant job of work to consider how we attract more highly skilled people from the rest of the UK and Ireland. Finally, let me say, while this motion focuses on defence, there are key points raised that need to be applied across all our key industries. Most significantly are the industries which will enable us to reach our climate targets, and I would also like greater focus on that. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
As we speak today, I'm conscious of the thousands of people employed by the aerospace, defence and security industries in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is already a global leader in innovative aerospace and security technology, and it is a source of pride for many people throughout these counties that their work leads the world in this industry. I'm also aware, as I am sure the Minister will go on to articulate later in the debate, that extensive work is already undertaken by InvestNI in order to seek investment of this kind, particularly but not exclusively in and around the Belfast clusters. It is an industry that is growing, and areas of Northern Ireland are quickly developing specialisms in these sectors. Of course, while greater economic output is something that we would usually welcome, I think everyone would accept that increased demand for the production of more weapons due to increased global unrest is not a cause for celebration, but for alarm. It is a sign of the escalating conflict and of a brutal regime's oppression of its neighbour.
A strong and robust European defence policy is of course needed, and close cooperation between those nations is vital to protect peace and security. The motion puts an emphasis on the skills of the future. I know others in the Economy Committee are as concerned as I am that the Department has in the past been found sorely wanting when it comes to developing the skills pipeline that is needed to ensure all our industries have the people that they need. I think everyone on that committee also agrees that the Minister for the Economy should adopt a much closer working relationship with the Minister for Education to develop that pipeline and ensure that people of all ages can be skilled and reskilled for all sectors, including those sectors that have been traditionally neglected. However, Speaker, this is a time of immense pressure on our public services. Our health system is on its knees and our schools are literally crumbling. There's a long list of priorities in this place, and we still wait to find out this Executive's approach to address them. In this context, I would not find it prudent to direct resources that ministers repeatedly tell us are scarce towards this endeavour. The ambition of scaling up defence spending in Northern Ireland is not one which we share, and I do not want the Minister for the Economy to spend her time on this effort when there are so many other more pressing issues across her desk. I also have to take the opportunity to put on record our opposition to safeguarding the Union paper, since it's referenced in this motion. This place is all about balance. That is how a very fragile peace process has indeed survived. I am profoundly uneasy at the actions of the British Government when they roll out red, white and blue PR exercises just to appease one particular party here. That threatens the balance of relationships in this place, and it is characteristic of this government and has shown no understanding of our current context. Finally, Speaker, the conflicts around the world from Gaza to Ukraine demand all of us not to explore the profits of war, but to make every effort for peace, and particularly in Gaza. The unfolding genocide is a humanitarian catastrophe. The UK should immediately stop any arms exports to Israel, a country that is raining down terror on innocent men, women and children. That much should be obvious to anyone. In conclusion, Speaker, we will not be able to support this motion today.
Thank you. And I call David Brooks.
Deputy Speaker, and firstly I declare an interest. I have a close relative who works in spare neurosystems, which I may refer to in the course of my remarks. I firstly would respond to the previous speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, and ask, with the concern that she's shown around the British Government being unionist in its outlook, whether the same concern will be shown whenever the Irish Government is working towards a united Ireland, because it's not concerns I've heard from those benches in the past. As you might expect, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a member from East Belfast, which has such a significant heritage but also present industry in terms of defence, I fully support the motion proposed by my colleagues. When speaking about defence spending, I also want to put on record my thanks to all those who serve in our armed forces for all they do at home and abroad to ensure the safety of our nation and also that of our allies and our neighbours. In the 2023-24 financial year, the UK spent some £54.2 billion on defence, expected to rise to £57.1 billion in this financial year. The Prime Minister has spoken of further increasing defence spending to 2.5% by 2030, and rightfully so, I believe, in a world where the safety and freedoms of the UK and our allies are increasingly threatened in both traditional and new ways. It is vital we uphold our NATO commitments on defence spending. In the past, Northern Ireland has been undervalued in terms of defence spending and procurement, with MOD spending per head of population much lower than other regions of the UK. We have, however, seen a 20% rise in that spending in the last year. The DUP, most prominently through our party leader Gavin Robinson's efforts at Westminster, have worked to champion and advance that growth and address the imbalance. Evidencing that work, the Safeguarding for the Union Command paper provides a commitment on strengthening Northern Ireland's defence industries, and we have seen the commencement of the inquiry into defence spending in Northern Ireland by the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee at Westminster. The DUP have also called for the exploration of an MOD hub being created in Northern Ireland to help nurture and facilitate a strategic approach to supporting and developing the industry. East Belfast, which is already a thriving hive of relevant industries, of aerospace, of missile systems, cybersecurity, shipbuilding and a range of other advanced manufacturing businesses, is ready to be right at the centre of such a strategy. In spite of what has been said in this debate,
Many of my constituents, workers even to use the preferred terminology of some, would be able to testify that defence-related industries have provided them with a good job, work in which they can take pride in, and more importantly, provided income for their families. Yes, absolutely.
Thank the member for giving way. I understand if he agrees with me that there was no attempt to be divisive with this motion. Rather, it's recognising a hugely innovative sector that has huge potential for growth in Northern Ireland. But to that point he mentions about a good job, we've spent much time in our committee debating what is the definition from the Department of Economy for a good job. By their abject failure to support this motion, would he agree that Sinn Féin and the SDLP are saying a defence job is not a good job in Northern Ireland?
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And yes, absolutely, I would agree with the member. As I say, many of my constituents would be able to testify to the good jobs they have secured because of the defence industries. Good jobs, as we have heard, in Talis, contributing over 77 million to Northern Ireland's GDP and employing over 500 people. We can be immensely proud of the role that East Belfast workforce played in supporting Ukrainians to defend their homeland from attack, notably with the MLAW anti-tank weapon, which became so iconic of that resistance. Good jobs indeed in Harland Wolff, the shipyard famed for its past, but with a renewed vibrance today as a UK strategic defence asset, one of only 3 UK naval shipbuilders suitable for major MOD contract work and boasting 2 of the largest dry docks in Europe. It is a part of a £1.6 billion contract to manufacture 3 216-metre long naval sport ships for the Royal Navy. Good jobs at Spirit Aerosystems, already supplying 3,000 good jobs indeed, as a global leader in the production of aerostructures with sites in East Belfast, Newton Abbey and Newton Ards. While predominantly commercial, just as its predecessors on its Belfast sites, the company has a strong heritage in defence also. Good jobs indeed at less familiar but no less formidable names like Vikela Armour, a business developing world-class body armour systems that provide advanced protection to our servicemen and women. As has been stated, Belfast is a globally recognised centre for cybersecurity excellence. Cyber attacks by malevolent regimes and rogue states don't just target the military. They have targeted the NHS, police, councils, payroll operations and key private businesses. Belfast skill base can provide a key defence. More good jobs, the members opposite tell us they want. I'm hugely proud of the role that East Belfast, our city and Northern Ireland as a whole plays in our nation's defence, and like colleagues I am keen to see us do more still. I am delighted by the well-paid, stable employment these industries provide to families here, and if constituents of the party opposite don't want them, then they can be sure that East Belfast does. I, of course, have a natural bias to East Belfast, but it is true to say there are many other examples right across Northern Ireland, and given our skills base, huge on-tap potential, I ask the Minister and colleagues across the Chamber to join us in realising it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And last week we talked in the Chamber about hospitality and a key industry and employer within Northern Ireland, and sources laid out our position today on this motion. And today I want to focus on our economy and the wider aerospace industry as employers, growing our GDP of the region and pushing further for more success. It's been said, it says in the motion, that aerospace employs approximately 9,000 people across approximately 120 companies. And the unique small geographic proximity to each other, as well as the advanced engineering heritage that we have here, sees this as a thriving industry. And while parts of this motion do read and are decorated like a DUP manifesto, let's get to the reality and not forget that our aerospace technology and advanced manufacturing sector is much bigger than just the UK market. And the cluster of companies based here export over the world. And the export, we will see future growth, and from future growth we'll see future wealth and more prosperity of this region. And so I want to concentrate on supporting the aerospace industry to help sustain and create further employment, bring job opportunities, develop highly skilled pathways and apprenticeships, skilled jobs, and supporting our local business to further grow export and grow in the future. To attempt to give us all the best possible chance of a better economy. An alliance will always drive towards better. Given that a substantial percentage of the aerospace and defence companies are actually European, or at least trade with Europe, we must use and promote our dual market access. It's vital to this region. dual market access to our advantage to grow the exports and both to GB and to the EU, not only growing UK markets but European and international markets. As the UK economy continues to stagnate and slowly declines on the world stage, we must support local businesses to export, to see the world as the stage to perform in. And Northern Ireland is recognised for its commitment for developing world-class innovative technology for aerospace, for security, for defence, for space sectors. It has a vibrant and rapidly growing industry founded on our really strong engineering heritage and backed by robust research competence, collaboration and leading universities. In my Lagan Valley constituency, we have some fantastic local companies and employers. I've known Michael Maguire for many years now, meeting as dads on the side of our rugby pitch. But his company Datum, based in Lisburn, are a great example of success, creating a specialist tooling for the manufacturing process. And alongside Datum, we have other fantastic companies like Creative Composites, known as the most advanced composite manufacturer on these islands. In Dromore, we have the precision engineering company Green Energy Engineering, and back in the Lisburn, we have NI Precision, we have Rainey Engineering Solutions and McGoudsmith, all precision engineering companies with in-house design and manufacturing facilities. We also have Mida Materials producing aircraft seat cushions. These are some of our premier technology companies in Northern Ireland. We're proud to have them in Lagan Valley, creating jobs and offering highly skilled opportunities in my area, as well as training and apprenticeships. They are key to our local economy, and I want to thank them for the work that they do and wish them all the best into the future, that they will continue to thrive. Aerospace is an area of our economy that we should be at the forefront of, further developing the rich heritage of engineering and technology development, and it does sit comfortably alongside this region being the centre for secure information technology, with the growing cluster of companies offering innovative cybersecurity solutions, leading the way, creating jobs and giving us hope for a better, more prosperous future. Our focus on this in this assembly must be to create opportunities and give that hope. This is certainly a highly skilled industry that we should do all we can to encourage and support. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is another shame that politicians are using manufacturing workers as political pawns as they beat the drum of war and ramp up military tensions. This motion before us mentions some 9,000 workers who work in the defence industry. But anyone who thinks this motion is about the needs or desires of these workers clearly has not been paying attention, because the media is awash with reports about putting Britain on a war footing. In Whitehall, there are open conversations about conscription and the need to ramp up war industries. And it is in this context that the unionist establishment and the parties and their Tory counterparts, with their strengthening the union deal, are angling to integrate the North further into Britain's military defence systems. We've seen this move before, 13 years after the invasion of Afghanistan, 11 years after the invasion of Iraq, and we know the repercussions. While there are millions dead, countless injured, and not a single worthwhile lesson learned by the Tories, Labour, the DUP or the UUP, because at the end of the day, it's not politicians or the captains of industry who fight the wars they create. The price is paid in the blood of countless, and for the most part, nameless working-class people who serve in and are massacred by the armies of Britain and its imperialist allies. War is catastrophic and cruel. From Belfast to Baghdad, from Manchester to the Malvinas, the history of this warmongering is carved into tombstones across the world, and the memory is carried in the scars of the survivors. At this very moment, Deputy Speaker, Britain and its imperialist allies in the US are funding Israel's genocide in Gaza. Over 35,000 dead, countless injured, hospitals, schools and universities destroyed, millions of Palestinian people forced to endure famine conditions. It appears there are no amount of war crimes Israel will commit and no amount of countries it can bomb without the backing of Western governments. And despite all the risks and warnings of a wider regional war, Britain, the US and others continue to add fuel to the fire. They know that Israel is a bulwark against democracy and the will of the wider working class in the Middle East, and there is no depraved depth that the ruling class will not go to protect their interests. This has also been evidenced in Ukraine, which this motion is sure to mention. The British, European and American ruling class are in the grips of Cold War-style panic over the war in Ukraine.
Mr. Carroll, can you return to the substantive motion before us?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but respectfully, it's Ukraine's mentioned in the motion. And in the aftermath of Russia's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, and in spite of NATO support for Kiev, the war has been fought to a stalemate. Hundreds of thousands dead, and yet there are parties here who want more. To be clear, Deputy Speaker, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was wrong. Ukraine does have the right to self-determination, but that will not come about.
Speaker, I've heard you make a ruling in terms of asking the current Speaker, to get back to the topic. Can I ask you again to examine what he's actually saying, and do you believe he's actually speaking in relation to this motion?
Not absolutely sure that was a point of order. Mr. Carroll, I'm asking again that you address the substantive nature of the motion rather than wider global issues.
But there is an entrenched power struggle between Russia and NATO and any other imperialist interventions which are turning Ukraine asunder. The reason the motion speaks about Ukraine is twofold. It is because the UUP and DUP want workers to think that war is the best way to protect and provide jobs. This is not true. The second is that the supporters of the Ukraine war have made a cynical, self-serving and morally abhorrent calculation. Those governments who are arming Ukraine are fighting a proxy war with Russia because they have calculated that is the cheapest way to protect their own interests. Cheaper to arm the Ukrainian military, and because they believe that Ukrainian lives are cheaper than those of its own citizens. I'll look away, yeah.
Member for giving way. Does the member believe that the 9,000 people that are employed in the defence industry, whether that be aerospace, defence, security or space sectors, are in bad jobs? And does he not believe that they deserve the full support of this House to ensure that they can meet their true potential?
Okay, the member has an extra minute. Actually, Mr. Carroll, my apologies from the previous intervention. You have an extra minute.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'll come on that in a second. So what is needed in Ukraine is a ceasefire, which Sunak and Biden have opposed every single step of the way. What is not needed is a further escalation of war or cynical motions like the one in front of us today. And that brings me on to the workers mentioned here and was alluded to previously. When it comes to paying bills or putting food on the table, people tend to take jobs wherever they can get them. Therefore, the responsibility for the dead and war casualties lie with politicians and manufacturing bosses who profit from war, and not with the workers themselves. People for profit have stood in picket lines with workers and told them much of what I've said here today. We can and do make a distinction between the workers, their welfare, and the companies that they work for. We've openly told them that their jobs do not have to be contingent on war. And crucially, we believe that organised workers, with the power that they can wield, are best placed to break these factories from the war industry. In our view, Deputy Speaker, these workers could be reskilled and these factories repurposed to create new green jobs as part of a just transition that protects both workers and our planet. The technological capacities of these industries could help combat climate change with the development of renewable energy initiatives and infrastructure. We think we could demilitarise these factories and use these workers and their skill sets for more peaceful purposes. So in the interest of humanity, Deputy Speaker, I'll not be supporting this motion.
I now call the Minister for the Economy to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I suppose if you just give me a bit of flexibility, I want to welcome the Japanese Ambassador to the UK and Britain here, who's on a trade mission today, so just to welcome himself and the delegation this afternoon. Again, the local aerospace sector is made up of over 100 companies employing 8,000 workers and contributing to 1.9 billion to the local economy. The sector is recognised globally for its world-class manufacturing and its innovation, which is founded on robust research, collaboration, world-leading academic institutions, skills and experience. As a region, we supply component and parts of all major aircraft programmes, Local companies manufacture 1 in every 3 aircraft seats for the global aerospace industry. And the motion refers to apprenticeships, which are key to the success of this industry. The aerospace sector here has been at the forefront of providing over 500 apprenticeships to the local economy in the past few years, and work is ongoing to encourage young people into engineering and to showcase the sector as a future career for our school leavers. The motion also refers to the support for SMEs, and our aerospace supply chain is dominated by highly productive SMEs, which provide good jobs across the region. The North is the leading region within the SC21 Gold Awards, a globally recognised accreditation in excellence for both quality and delivery. And InvestNI works closely with the sector to promote supply chain and to explore new international opportunities through inward investment visit programmes. My department and InvestNI work to support the sector through investment, research and development, training and international trade support. And building on the sector's core manufacturing capacity, InvestNI has engaged with the sector to highlight diversification opportunities. Alternative high-value advanced manufacturing sectors include space, advanced air mobility, mid-tech, EV infrastructure, robotics and the hydrogen economy. Opportunities in aligned high-value sectors could enable our supply chain to pivot and diversify its customer base, and a number of our companies are already seeing success in these sectors, including space with resonant testing in Uri, providing testing for the James Webb Telescope programme, and Springco providing springs for the latest satellite mission to Jupiter. I also welcome the sector's involvement in the City Deals projects that will result in Advanced Manufacturing Innovation Centre in Belfast, offering major opportunities for SMEs to collaborate and work with leading research organisations. The global aerospace industry has a commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. This will be driven by our research base in universities and innovative solutions, including hydrogen fuel, advanced composites, new aircraft platforms, which are very different to what we see flying in the skies today. In line with the economic vision that was set out here a few weeks ago by Conor Murphy, my department and InvestNI continue to support the local aerospace sector with good quality jobs that it provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Mike Nesbitt to wind on the amendment, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the motion makes clear and as the amendment makes clear, this is an economic debate, and many speakers have made that point. But also Mr Beattie and Mrs Eastwood have made clear that there is an ethical aspect to this, but the ethics are separate from this debate. And Mr Buckley, in opening the motion, if I heard him correctly, said the sector is worth about £1 billion to the Northern Ireland economy. Mr Beattie is ambitious. He thinks we could get that up to £3 billion. Is that possible? Well, the Ministry of Defence projects that spending on defence in this financial year, 2024 to 2025, could hit £57.1 billion. So how much of that could we reasonably expect to attract to Northern Ireland? Well, I suppose on a simplistic way, you could just try and apply a sort of Barnett consequential. And according to the Assembly, we have 3.4% of England's population. So that would give us 1.94, very nearly £2 billion of the Ministry of Defence's spending. But I don't think that the Barnett formula is the way to look at this. Is there a more appropriate argument? Well, it might be more fitting to consider our expertise. As has been recorded, we have capacity and capability in shipbuilding. We have Spirit Aerospace. As the Minister says, we've got about 100 companies involved in this sector. And as the nature of warfare changes and cyber attacks become increasingly an aggressor's weapon of choice, Belfast is a globally recognised centre of excellence based to a large degree by the Centre for Secure Information Technologies at Queen's University here in Belfast a globally recognised cybersecurity centre of excellence. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member share with me the disappointment that through the Minister, the Department's response focused nearly entirely on just aerospace? And would he then, because I know he has probed on this at the committee, would he then assume that these other sectors may not be deemed as good jobs from the Department for the Economy?
Well, I thank the member for his intervention. I'm just going to leave his comments on the record. I do acknowledge that this can be a difficult issue depending on your political perspective. But as I say, I understand that the motion and the amendment are focused on improving our economic conditions. But there is one other issue which Mr. Beattie raised, which is the fact that we have got many geopolitical issues today. They're many, they're varied, but they have this common ability. They're dangerous. They pose a threat to the United Kingdom, to Northern Ireland, to world peace. As the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, said not so long ago, we've moved from a post-war environment to a pre-war environment. And Mr. Beattie talked about escalating the capacity and capability of the RAF station at Aldergrove, and also of the importance of Royal Navy being based in the northwest. And I know that won't please every member of this House, but actually in hearing that, I'm reminded of the late Jerry Anderson on Radio Ulster with his whimsical reminiscences about sailors based in what he called Stroke City during the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, geopolitics, I think, is important. 30 years ago, the British government said they had no selfish strategic interest in Northern Ireland. But of course, that's different from having a strategic interest in the defence of Northern Ireland. We also have to figure in the fact that the Republic of Ireland is neutral on these matters. And thinking about that, it reminded me of something I heard in Washington when the then Taoiseach Leo Varadkar said, "We all know an attack on the freedom of one is an attack on the freedom of others, of all of us," referring to Ukraine. What is different between that and Article 6, Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, where the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more shall be considered an attack against them all? Is the Republic, Deputy Speaker, considering joining NATO? I leave that as an open question as I support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt. And I now call Gary Middleton to conclude and wind on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all of the members who have contributed to the motion, particularly those who have actually stuck to the motion and recognised the intention behind it. The aerospace, defence, security and space sectors are a significant and emerging force in the Northern Ireland economy, accounting for over 9,000 jobs, adding £1 billion to the UK economy, and of course providing hundreds of apprenticeships and other skills development opportunities for people of all backgrounds across Northern Ireland. In recent years, a number of significant contracts have been awarded to major firms within the heart of our constituencies. Despite recent growth in these areas, there is still much untapped potential. The local ADS industries can play a much more prominent role in the United Kingdom's defence network. Northern Ireland has in the past punched above its weight in terms of our contributions to the ranks of our armed forces, and it is now time that we replicate that to a greater extent in terms of equipment and technologies produced here in Northern Ireland. During our negotiations with the Government, the DUP secured a range of commitments from ministers to advance this cause. The UK Government has confirmed that it will launch a review into increasing public and commercial awareness of the Northern Ireland defence sector, develop proposals to ensure Northern Ireland is benefiting from investment in defence industries in the same way as the rest of the country, exploring how to leverage Northern Ireland's cyber security clusters, academic centre of excellence, and establishing R&D programmes. In the Safeguarding the Union paper, the Government also pledges to showcase the opportunities for investment in Northern Ireland defence industries and shipbuilding.
It is important that those commitments to Northern Ireland are honoured, but there should also be a recognition that in order to maximise the clear and sizeable opportunities the success of our defence industries has, the buy-in of the Executive and of the Minister for the Economy and our homegrown and international firms will be essential. There is no threat to the principle of consent from the Northern Ireland economy seeking to play a more active role in the defence economy and the infrastructure of the United Kingdom. As already has been mentioned by other members, the equipment produced here in Northern Ireland, such as the anti-tank weapons, has assisted in the defence of democracy in Ukraine. Our skills have been used right across the globe to fight against terrorism and protect innocent lives. We cannot stand by or sit on the fence when it comes to defending peace and democracy across the globe. The high-quality, well-paid jobs that this sector provides and are already providing deliver prosperity for communities in all parts of the United Kingdom. It is clear that while there has been a modest uplift in the proportion of UK defence spending allocated to Northern Ireland, the level of investment from the MOD in our province is disproportionately low. I want to go on now just in terms of members' contributions. My colleague Johnny Buckley, who moved the motion, spoke of our late colleague Gordon Dunn, MBE, and the role that he played in championing these particular sectors. Highlighted the per head expenditure and the fact that Northern Ireland does fall below the rest of the United Kingdom. The issue of imbalance and the need to fully integrate Northern Ireland into the defence network. He also outlined the difficulties that some of our SMEs and businesses face in trying to enter the defence industry, but also highlighted some of the success stories that other members went on to mention as well. Doug Beattie spoke about the importance of viewing this motion through an economic lens, and I would share that view, and that was the intention behind the motion when it was brought forward. He outlined the conflicts that are happening right across the globe and the increase in defence spending right across the world as well. Northern Ireland's contribution to the defence industry, and highlighted the contribution that many of our businesses here made. He also spoke about the vital role that Northern Ireland, or the vital importance that Northern Ireland receives its fair share of the $75 billion being invested over the next 5 years. Philip McGuigan spoke of the economic vision outlined by the Minister and the importance of the all-Ireland economy from his perspective. He recognised the skills in the cyber security industry as well, although he did go on to raise political issues in respect of the USA's role and the UK's role in Israel and protecting innocent life, and also in terms of the ethical procurement and involvement as well. Saoirse Eastwood spoke in terms of meeting international law, again on the issue of arms sales with Israel, the need for more to be done from the UK government's perspective and social value, but also spoke on the role of skills, further education, and the role of schools and careers advice. Sinead McLaughlin went on to speak in terms of Northern Ireland being a global leader in the ADS industry, recognised the extensive work ongoing by Invest NI in respect of the area, and also spoke in relation to the department being found wanting in relation to the skills pipeline, and the department should be working closer with the Education Minister in that respect. Also spoke of her opposition to the Safeguarding the Union paper. My colleague David Brooks spoke passionately about East Belfast and the heritage that exists within that constituency, particularly around defence, the need to meet NATO commitments, but also alongside my colleague Johnny Buckley, he spoke of Thales, of the Harold and Wolff sector, or business, and the Spirit Aerosystems as well. David Honeyford had spoken in relation to the need to focus on employers, growing GDP, the aerospace and manufacturing industry, went on to speak passionately about areas in his constituency, although I'm still quite unclear what the position is, whether Alliance are supporting the motion or not. You spoke obviously positively. If the member wants to give way, he can. But he spoke passionately, obviously, about the sector, but was unwilling maybe to get off and say what it was that he was doing. Jerry Carroll spoke on a number of issues, which I don't believe was very relevant to the motion, was concerned about the ongoing situation across the globe and in the Middle East as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to bring this motion to a close. It's regrettable that some of the contributions tried to turn this into a situation which it wasn't intended to. I think that we should pay tribute to all of those involved in the ADS sector. I think that it's not a situation where people go into these jobs just because they can't get anything else. These are highly skilled, highly paid and very respectable jobs, which we as a chamber and as Assembly should be doing all we can to make sure that we are global leaders in this industry, and I want to commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Doug Beattie, John Stewart, Robbie Butler and Tom Elliott be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. No. Aye. No. We have tellers. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order members. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Doug Beattie, John Stewart, Robbie Butler and Tom Elliott be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Robbie Butler and Mike Nesbitt. Tellers for the noes are Sinead McLaughlin and Philip McGuigan. Clear the lobby. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order, members. Members will resume their seats. Order. Clerk, please read the result.
67 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Unfasten the doors. Members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members. Order. Members will resume their seats. Thank you. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are David Brooks and Jonathan Buckley. Tellers for the noes, Sinead McLaughlin and Philip McGuigan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the door.
Our crack usher and
Order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
67 members voted, 41 members voted aye, 26 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Members, please take your ease before we move on and to allow for a change at the top table.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on no-fault divorce. Clerk, will you please read the motion?
That this Assembly acknowledges that divorce can be a difficult process for any individual or family to go through, recognises that the current fault-based divorce process can often exacerbate conflict and have a hugely negative impact on the well-being of children, notes that in the No-Fault Divorce Law, Divorce, Dissolution and Separation Act 2020 came into effect in England and Wales in 2022. Understands that children who grow up with parents who have low parental conflict, whether together or separated, enjoy better health and education outcomes, and calls on the Minister of Finance to bring forward legislation to amend the Matrimonial Causes Northern Ireland Order 1978 to allow applications for a divorce without apportioning blame on either party.
Thank you. I'll call on Nicola Brogan to move the motion. Thank you, Nicola. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion, Nicola.
Divorce can be a difficult process for any family to go through, especially when there are children involved. The statistics for divorce show that on average 2,100 couples will seek a divorce every year here in the north. This figure has increased over time as society has become more secular. Under current laws, divorce can only be granted if the marriage has been irretrievably broken down, with one party taking the blame. An applicant seeking a divorce must state the grounds which they are applying under, and they must provide evidence to the court which supports their application. Divorces can only be granted if they meet one or more of 5 separate grounds, which are adultery, unreasonable behaviour, 2 years desertion, 2 years separation if both parties consent, and 5 years separation if only one party consents. This process often puts the parties at loggerheads, creating feelings of resentment into what is already an emotional situation, and can have a hugely negative impact on the children within the family as well as those seeking a divorce. Sinn Féin wants to see laws which encourage amicable and healthy relationships between former spouses and which reduce conflict, particularly where children are involved. Another aspect of our current divorce laws which cause great frustration is the length of time required to complete the process. Even under the most amicable of separations, the current law requires former partners to live separately for 2 years before an application for divorce can be considered. This is increased to 5 years when one party contests the divorce. This is, in fact, trapping former partners in a broken down marriage, which can have a hugely negative impact on both the physical and mental well-being of those affected. The process of divorce should be as efficient and as pain-free as possible and should prioritise the welfare of those involved, particularly children and victims of domestic abuse. Our current laws on divorce came into force in 1978 and are outdated. We need modern divorce laws which reflect the society that we live in today. This motion is calling on the Minister of Finance to bring forward legislation which would introduce no-fault divorce. No-fault divorce is a much more straightforward and amicable approach to separation. Under no-fault divorce, former spouses can file for divorce independently or jointly without the need for one party to blame the other. This ensures that divorces can proceed on a less contentious basis and within a much quicker time frame. No, thank you. It also prevents an abuser from contesting a divorce, thereby preventing them from using the court system to further harm their victims. No-fault divorce was recently introduced in England and Wales via the Divorce, Dissolution and Separation Act 2020. This followed a Supreme Court case, Owens v Owens, where a petition for divorce was contested, and the court then ruled in favour of the contesting party on the grounds that they could not reasonably be considered at fault for the breakdown of the marriage. In this Supreme Court judgment, the court strongly recommended that the divorce laws be reformed. The modernisation of divorce laws, and in particular no-fault divorce, is gaining traction across many jurisdictions. In addition to England and Wales, no-fault divorce has been introduced in countries such as America, Canada, Australia and many European countries. Now is the time for the North to follow suit, and I urge members in the House to support this motion.
Thank you, Nicola. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Marriage is supposed to be a happy and a special occasion where two people come together in front of their loved ones and commit themselves to each other and then set up their lives together. But we would be naive to think that all marriages will last forever. And while no one sets out thinking that their marriage is going to end and nobody wants their marriage to break down, none of us are indifferent when a couple's lifelong commitment has sadly deteriorated after all avenues have been exhausted. Sadly, people change, circumstances change, and sometimes a life that may have once seemed so perfect may not necessarily be that way forever. It's a very sad circumstance, but this motion brings forward a solution that can help couples navigate through what is an extremely traumatic and difficult time. There's no reason why, in situations where there is no fault, two people, usually forced into a hostile situation where they have to assign blame, keeping them married for longer and preventing them from moving on with their lives, causing further distress to them and their families. Choosing whether or not to marry is a very big decision, but choosing whether or not to divorce is an even bigger decision, and not one ever made lightly. I believe that we should do everything we can to try and rebuild the relationships before they become beyond repair. More support should be allocated to counselling services to provide trained help for those in marriage difficulties and to prioritise saving a marriage. Counsellors help parties to understand the implications of what marriage means, what the difficulties occur, and of what splitting up would mean for them and their families, their children, and of course their wider families. No, thank you. They can also help people to consider what a split will involve practically, regarding contact arrangements, finances, and whether the option of staying together might be something that they could look at. It can also give them the tools to help work through the problems, since they may not have had that role model in their life before. And anything to help to improve and preserve a marriage where possible should of course be explored. We all know someone who has had a divorce, whether it be a parent, a child, a friend, or even ourselves in this very chamber. It's a situation that when someone takes that important vow, they never plan or want to be in. The stress of the process can be detrimental to both mental and physical health, as well as a significant financial cost, and in some circumstances leaving people feeling very trapped and causing further pain and hurt. This motion can help reduce the potential conflict and the detrimental impact that this could have, of course, of those involved, but their children and their wider families. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Alliance Party supports the introduction of no-fault divorce as committed to in our 2022 Assembly Manifesto and welcomes this opportunity to debate the issue today. The existing procedure and law managing divorce and the dissolution of civil partnerships is not fit for purpose and is in clear need of updating. The fundamental problem is, of course, and as has already been set out, the requirement to prove that a marriage has broken down either by establishing fault on the part of one partner or by showing that the couple have lived separate lives for a prolonged number of years. Those who cannot afford to live in two separate households for years in order to prove that their marriage has broken down are left with the only option available to them, which is to establish fault. Establishing one of the three faults, be it adultery, unreasonable behaviour or desertion, can be difficult and often creates further tensions at a time when emotions are already incredibly high for partners and their families. Indeed, it can be acrimonious, fractious and a prolonged process, particularly for children. with 21% of respondents to the Finding Fault survey stating that they believed that establishing fault had made it difficult to sort arrangements for children, and 78% saying that it made the process more bitter. In some cases, and as has already been referenced, there are examples of separated couples having to resort to establishing fault that is not necessarily based in fact in order to speed up the process. There are also widespread concerns about the potential for exploitation of the current system, whereby it can be used as a means for a perpetrator of domestic abuse to continue to exercise coercive control through the legal process, or result in a victim of domestic abuse being effectively trapped in a marriage for a prolonged period. Additionally, for victims to have to recount specific details of abuse through the divorce process can compound mental and emotional distress, reopening incredibly traumatising experiences. England and Wales have already moved to introduce no-fault divorce procedures, and we can and should learn from their experience and ensure that this is not another example of Northern Ireland being left behind the rest of these islands. No, I won't give way, and I'm usually keen to give way in debate, but the last time I tried to intervene on the member, he would not give way and engage in a debate, and he was also quite personally rude, so I have no intention of giving way to the member on this occasion. In considering reform in this jurisdiction, we must deliver divorce laws that ensure couples can separate as amicably as possible, that seek to minimise conflict, that uphold and protect the dignity, human rights and equality of those involved, that maximise the chances of agreement being reached, and keep the risk of domestic abuse as low as possible. Where there are children involved, their interests, of course, must be paramount, and a safe and secure outcome for them should be promoted. There is a clear public interest, therefore, in supporting people to achieve amicable resolutions to financial and care arrangements following a separation. The introduction of no-fault divorce, I believe, is a clear step along that road to move away from prolonged periods of animosity and blame. It is not, however, the end of the journey. Tackling some of the issues that have been raised, be it around inequality, domestic abuse, promoting healthy relationships and dealing with the well-being and life chances of children, will require a joined-up and cross-executive effort, and I sincerely hope that this debate can be the start of that journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The SDLP will be supporting the motion today, and I welcome the fact that it has been brought forward. I look forward, hopefully, in the Minister summing up, to hear a specific legislative intent from the Minister to bring legislation around no-fault divorce forward during the course of this mandate. I think the motion is right to acknowledge that divorce is a difficult, often traumatic process for those who have to go through it. As Cheryl Brownlee said in her remarks, no one undertakes or enters into a marriage expecting or hoping that that marriage will end, but the reality of life, the reality of human relationships is that those relationships do end. It is in the interests of those people, it's particularly in the interests of any children who are involved, and indeed their wider families and friends, that when those relationships come to an end and it ends in divorce, that process is as amicable and frankly as smooth as possible. It is clear that our divorce law is a product of an earlier time, a time with different moral and legal expectations, and I think it is only right that we now update the legal framework to make this process much smoother. There are particular circumstances which do need to be borne in mind and which argue for the introduction of no-fault divorce. One is, yes, I will give way.
Can the member think of any legal arrangement whereby someone objects to the dissolution of that arrangement, but is denied the right to object and is denied the right to have judicial arbitration or decision-making upon their objection? Is there any other legal arrangement where that applies?
And the member has an extra minute.
I appreciate the extra minute, and the member has much more legal training than me. I think the answer to the question is there is no other contract that exists in law that is like a marriage. There is no other contract in law that is the same, that is a contract between parties that involves human emotion and often children in the same way that a marriage does. So I think comparing it to a deed in relation to a house or anything else is, I'm afraid, to completely miss the point. We're talking about human beings and their lives and children. So treating it like another matter to be litigated is exactly the problem in many cases, because there are situations in which, for example, one party. Often, but not always, the woman in the relationship is in an abusive or a situation. I'm sure most of us as elected representatives have had to be in a situation where we have dealt with constituents in the extraordinarily difficult situation of being, when I say extraordinarily difficult, I'm putting it far too mildly, in the life-altering and traumatic situation of being in an abusive relationship. In many cases, for those people, they don't have the option of waiting for 2 years in order to have a separation period, nor often do they have the financial wherewithal or the emotional wherewithal in some cases to find somewhere else to live, often with children alongside them. So when we legislate for people here, we're not simply legislating for dry, hypothetical situations or legally perfect situations. We're legislating for ordinary human beings. Everything we should have at the front of our mind should be about making the lives of our citizens and our constituents more straightforward and also better, and reducing damage to them, reducing difficulty for them when we can. And I think that no-fault divorce, which will make divorce, frankly, smoother, simpler, and cheaper for many people in the often sad, sometimes very sad situation that a relationship has come to an end, and to make it as amicable as possible, which is in everyone's interests. It's in the interests of the couple who are sadly divorcing. It's certainly in the interests of their children. Frankly, it's in the interests of society and the legal system. We were hearing from the Justice Minister earlier on about the extreme burdens on the legal system in terms of delays in the judicial system. I think anything we can do to ease the burden in that regard is also an added benefit to introducing no-fault divorce. So I welcome the motion. I think in 2024 it is overdue. I think in this place it would be a positive sign that we have finally, at a devolved level, got our act together in terms of moving forward practically in terms of social reforms and not getting tangled up in the weeds in terms of these reforms. So I welcome the motion, I support it, and I hope to hear what my party does, to the opposition does, and we hope to hear from the Minister that she'll be able to introduce legislation to that effect very, very quickly. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The tension and hostility that can permeate a home during a time of marriage breakdown can have a really lasting impact on everyone, not least children if they're involved. Even in the most amicable of situations, children can be left feeling confused, scared and emotionally distressed, and that's the reality for so many families and children in Northern Ireland, and it is further exacerbated by our current fault-based divorce system. The change is long overdue, and I thank the member for bringing forward this motion. Currently, our divorce process incentivises making allegations about the other's conduct to avoid a prolonged separation period, and this fosters acrimony and conflict, causing unnecessary emotional pain and financial burden. The requirement to assign blame fosters a toxic environment, particularly for women and children, victims of domestic abuse and low-income individuals. And alternatively, couples may remain legally married enduring an unhappy coexistence due to the law requiring the separation period of 2 years by consent or 5 without. Those extended waiting periods exacerbate the difficulties experienced by those in an already vulnerable situation, and I've seen this within my own family networks, and it is anything but healthy. A toxic divorce characterised by high levels of conflict and blame, as I've said, can cause significant emotional and psychological harm to children, and when parents are embroiled in those bitter disputes, the children are often feel as if they are caught in the middle. Children may also be forced or feel forced to take sides and develop resentment towards one or both parents, affecting their long-term emotional bonds, trust and their academic achievement. The long-term benefits of no-fault divorce and co-parenting cannot be understated. When parents are not pitted against each other in a blame game, they are more likely to develop and maintain cooperative parenting relationships, and that cooperation is absolutely essential for the healthy development of children, who benefit immensely from having both parents actively involved in their lives without the shadow of ongoing conflict. But as has been said, it's not just children that this will impact, it is also victims of domestic violence. Requiring fault-based facts in divorce petitions can at times escalate conflict and endanger survivors For victims of domestic violence, if they choose not to disclose that behaviour, fearing the consequences if they do, the extended waiting periods before divorce can allow abusers to maintain control over their lives, and this period can be used by abusers to continue their coercive and controlling behaviour, further endangering the victim. We know that women, particularly, are most in danger when they've already chosen and indicated their intent to leave. Victims can be subjected to ongoing physical and emotional and psychological abuse during that waiting period. By removing the ability for abusers to contest the divorce, we would further prevent manipulation and control, enabling victims to rebuild their lives with dignity and security. And the reduction in conflict will also lead to lower legal costs, making the process much more accessible to all individuals, particularly those, as I've said, in a vulnerable situation. The introduction of no-fault divorce in England and Wales has been met with widespread approval. The Law Society of England and Wales reports the process has become less contentious and more focused on constructive outcomes, which is a positive for all. And other jurisdictions, such as Scotland and France, have long benefited from much more straightforward divorce proceedings that do not rely heavily on fault. By introducing no-fault divorce, we have the opportunity to align our laws with the realities faced by modern families. And this reform is not about making divorce easier, but making it less damaging. It ensures that when there is no other option and marriage cannot be salvaged, the process of ending it does not inflict additional harm on those involved. The benefits of no-fault divorce are clear: reduced conflict, lower legal costs, better emotional outcomes for children, and a safer, more dignified route out of abusive relationships. We have seen the positive impacts of similar reforms, and I hope that we can work together to create a system that prioritises the well-being of families, reduces unnecessary conflict, and supports individuals in moving forward with their lives in a constructive and positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I call Jim Mallister.
Marriage is a coherent thread, keeping society and families often together. So it inevitably follows that when you embrace easy, no-fault divorce, then you cheapen marriage. Marriage is based on solemn vows, and no-fault divorce demeans, diminishes, disregards those vows, and can inflict upon an innocent party in a marriage the greatest possible hurt. That they who took their vows seriously can now be faced with a situation under no-fault divorce where, in spite of that, and contrary to their wishes, they can be divorced without the right to ever be heard. That is the point that cuts to the very issue affecting innocent parties. Yes, I'll give way.
I appreciate him giving way. Given that many more people, often in tragic circumstances, are more likely to engage with divorce law in their lives than they are to be directly affected by, just to pick something at random, the regulation of goods moving across the Irish Sea, does he think it's more of a problem for basic rights, in terms of, for example, one's ability to access divorce, that there should be a divergence in the law between Northern Ireland and England and Wales in relation to divorce? Is that not a problem, but divergence in terms of regulation of goods is?
The member for an extra minute.
And is entitled to be treated by this Assembly as it so wishes. But the fundamental is this: a party in a marriage can now find themselves under no-fault divorce, divorced without the right to ever object. Because remember what Section 1 of the English legislation says. It says an application, which can come from either party or both, must be accompanied by a statement by the applicant that the marriage is broken down irretrievably. The court dealing with an application must take the statement to be conclusive evidence that the marriage is broken down irretrievably and make a divorce order. So the biggest scoundrel that's ever been in a marriage, the biggest philanderer, the most cruel individual who has mistreated his wife and his children for years, can suddenly present as a petitioner, claiming the marriage is irretrievably broken down, and the court is obliged to accept that without ever hearing from the innocent party, without ever proceeding to making an adjudication. Now, that is a step far too far. I could understand it from a legal point of view. If both parties to a marriage mutually wanted to make an application that their marriage was over. But the real menace in this is that the innocent party can have divorce against their will put upon them, and marriage breakup is the greatest cause of poverty in this country. So a wife who can find herself suddenly, against her will, divorced, maybe homeless, children falling into poverty. Why? Because this Assembly thinks it's a great idea to have no-fault divorce and enable that infliction upon family and children. Yes, I'll give one.
The point that the member makes in relation to the financial settlement, is it the case that the financial settlement is different to the actual dissolution of the marriage? So the point you're making is contrary to the actual dissolution of the marriage?
Yes, the ancillary relief follows from the divorce. But once you have the divorce, which you can get after 6 months, you could be married today and initiate divorce tomorrow. And within 6 months under the English bill, you can be divorced. And the ancillary relief, the disposal of the assets, then is next attended to. Now, do you think it's going to be an advocacy of contentment and ease of those ancillary relief processes to have a wife who didn't want to be divorced, who probably is on the lesser share of the ancillary relief, to suddenly find she has to face that? The house that she thought was giving her cover is gone. You're putting that woman in an impossible position. Now, again, I'm back to the point. If both of them want to say, we want to disavow our vows, we want to end the marriage, that might be one thing at a secular level. But for one person to say, in spite of you, I will inflict divorce upon you, anyone who thinks that will make the ancillary relief easier, that's going to build up great hostility and far more difficulties in all of that. And you have children who might have never known that their father or their mother was minded to suddenly go for divorce, suddenly has that thrust upon them. So I think this House should be very careful before rushing in to the fashionable idea that what is marriage? Forget about it, walk in one door, walk out the other, and who cares? And that's the attitude of no-fault marriage, illustrated by proponents in this House who weren't even prepared to take an intervention.
Oh God, Claire Sugden.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion. I do want to address a point that Mr Alistair's made, and I'm happy to take an intervention to see if he wishes to respond to that. But a marriage is an equal partnership. Whether we like it or not, if my husband told me today he wanted to divorce, I wouldn't like that. But equally, I'm not sure I would want to be in a marriage where my husband doesn't want to be in that marriage. So are we recognising the equal partnership that a marriage is? And if that partnership becomes less equal because one of the individuals wishes to divorce, do we not have to respect that?
The ultimate inequality when one party, without consulting with, without taking any heed to the objection of the other, can impose divorce, and that objecting party can never even be heard, because the law says that the declaration by the petitioner that the marriage is irretrievably broken down is taken as gospel. It can't be questioned. The objector can't say, hold on a moment, I want to be heard in this. That's the inequality.
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that from a litigation perspective. However, in most circumstances, this is highly emotional. This is about relationships breaking down. And those conversations about why that marriage will break down will happen within the home. And as I go on to say, further in my contribution, we're actually interfering by creating more hurdles. You know, if this is about not interfering in family life, being one of the only jurisdictions in the United Kingdom that doesn't have this, we're actually interfering in family lives. So, Mr. Alistair, I appreciate the perspective in which you're coming from, but I don't agree with it. I think the point in which a couple reluctantly agrees to divorce, and I think there is a reluctance there, I don't think there's any opportunity for reconciliation, and I think to an extent we have to respect that. Let me make some progress if he wouldn't mind. Principal Deputy Speaker, I have been interested in this policy change since I was Minister of Justice. I have raised it with the current Finance Minister, and I believe that she is intended to move in this direction, which I believe is very much welcome. A lot of my motivations around it, albeit it didn't fall within the remit of the Department of Justice, it fall within the civil matters of the Minister of Finance, was the impact that it has on the courts, but also the impact that it has in relation to domestic abuse, and we've heard other members discuss this. It does provide an opportunity to address social, legal and practical consideration, and it is increasingly common across all jurisdictions, not just in GB, but it's also a standard now in international law. And there are many practical reasons for this change, which I will speak to later if I have time. However, I think the most important and impactful reason is to reduce the adversarial nature of divorce, particularly when young children are involved, and I recognise that that's specific in the motion. It removes the need to assign blame. It reduces animosity. It makes the whole process less contentious. And lowering the conflict during divorce proceedings does help a more amicable environment, which is less damaging to children involved. Of course it is. And bear in mind that damage can exist long past degree absolute. When a process that divorce creates so much animosity, it has lasting damage and impact. It is difficult. I'd said that in my response to Mr. Alistair, and I really don't think anyone considers it flippantly. Certainly, at the point in which divorce becomes a serious option for married couples, I really doubt that reconciliation is likely. And as a parliamentarian, it is not in my interest to consider whether a marriage is viable. That is entirely a matter for the couple themselves. And I will acknowledge that for many reasons, marriage does not work. And in these cases, the state needs not to interfere by creating more hurdles than necessary, particularly when we have seen other jurisdictions progress. And I do believe our current process is now interfering in that. Yeah, go ahead.
Figures which were released in the House of Lords show that between 2003 and 2016 in GB, each year there were 12,000 divorce processes which were commenced and never concluded, more than were concluded. Is that not indicative that very often reconciliation can arise, but where you create a system where there's no window for reconciliation, there's no compulsion for reconciliation, it's simply out the door within 6 months, there's no prospect of reconciliation?
Mr. Alistair, those are really interesting figures. However, how many divorces have proceeded and concluded? And again, if there is an opportunity for reconciliation, it would be my understanding that either party can look toward that in terms of what they decide. But again, Mr. Alistair, it is an equal partnership. If one individual within that marriage doesn't want to be part of that marriage, it's no longer equal and divorce is imminent. Practically, and I'll get to this quickly, I do think simplifying the grounds for divorce reduces the complexity of court cases, leading to quicker resolution and less court backlog. We saw in recent days news reports of our court backlog and how slow our system continues to be. And nothing has changed in the 8 years since I was Minister of Justice. That was 8 years ago. If anything, it seems slower. And we need to look at practical ways of addressing this. This isn't going to fix that, but it certainly will help. And I think that that's how we can start addressing these things in Northern Ireland and start looking to societal change and our progress around our attitudes towards marriage and divorce. The one area that I really want to touch on quickly before my time's run out is domestic abuse. It's a really important reason as to why we should progress this issue. Speak to Women's Aid, speak to Nexus, speak to the organisations who know better than any one of us in this House to understand how this small but impactful change could help those victims in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Claire. I now wish to call on the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kiefer Archibald, to respond. The Ministry will have 15 minutes.
Thank you. I begin by thanking the proposers of the motion for bringing it to the floor of the Assembly today. This is an issue that I believe deserves further consideration by us as policymakers. The substantive law of divorce, for which my department holds responsibility in the context of private family law, has remained untouched since the matrimonial causes legislation that was passed in 1978. That is coming up on nearly half a century ago. And as society has changed, attitudes have changed, and the world around us has changed, I believe it is now right that we take the time to reflect on societal issues like divorce and assess whether the existing law appropriately reflects those changes. It is an unfortunate reality of life that marriages can sometimes break down. While many marriages endure and last a lifetime, there are others, for a variety of different reasons, that will end. The same can happen with civil partnerships, and when relationships do break down, as policymakers, it is our role to consider how best to handle those circumstances. Our current law sets out a scheme that allows couples to divorce, but which also requires them in certain cases to show fault and attribute blame, and that can lead to additional and unnecessary conflict. I believe we need to assess our law in a way that minimises the potential for conflict. Divorce can at times be a protracted, difficult and painful process, taking many months or indeed years, particularly if the divorce is grounded on a fault basis. The purpose of this motion is to consider how we can enable divorces to take place in the most constructive manner, reducing conflict and enabling individuals to move on with their lives. This is particularly important in cases where divorcing couples have children. A child's best interests, I think we can agree, are best served where conflict is reduced or eradicated, where there is cooperation between divorcing parents, not tension, and where the focus of the legal process is not on apportioning blame, but on helping everyone to move on in as smooth a way as possible. Needing to cite blame when applying for divorce can lead to more difficult situations, especially for victims of domestic abuse, as a number of members have already referred to, and the potential for continued controlling or coercive behaviour. No-fault divorces allows divorce to proceed on a less contentious basis and avoid parties being trapped in a marriage. No-fault divorces are already in place in England and Wales and in the South. I have also noted the changes to the laws that have happened elsewhere. I believe in the ability of this Assembly to consider and make laws that are appropriate to here. And while I am of the view that the changes in England and Wales appear to be a positive step forward, I recognise there may be alternative approaches we might want to consider that reflect the values and the views of our society, that will deliver on the same goals of reducing conflict, being better for the parties divorcing, easier for children and minimising harm that can at times follow from bitter and contested divorces. My department has limited resources in this area, and the small team that has responsibility for private family law and a range of other civil law reform matters is currently developing the legislation around our marriage laws that I hope will come before this Assembly in 2025. So with that in mind, this issue is one that I am keen to develop as a priority later in this mandate. I believe it is right that we examine this matter further, take on board the views of interested parties, key stakeholders, couples, children and all of those involved in the process. Sorry? Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I cut across her in mid-sentence there, which was a bit rude of me, but thank her for giving away. Is the Minister suggesting that it may be possible to include a provision on no-fault divorce in the law that I think is being prepared on marital changes, including reducing the age limit, or sorry, increasing the age limit? To correct myself, it's been a long day.
Well, as the member will be aware, the legislation that we're hoping to bring forward in relation to raising the marriage age and in relation to beliefs marriage is well developed. And we'll be hoping to introduce that or to move forward with that quite soon. And I wouldn't want to hold it up while we were consulting and developing proposals in relation to divorce. But as I have said, this is an issue that I am keen to see taken forward later in the mandate. And as such, I have already asked my officials to begin an engagement process with those who can make a contribution to the development of policy on divorce. This is an area of interest not just for my department on the substantive law side, but also, as the former Minister for Justice referred to, for the Department of Justice and for the Court Service, who both have a very important role in terms of the operation of the divorce system. There are others who will, I am sure, take an interest in any potential reform, and there are various agencies both inside and outside of government who my department will want to engage with going forward. I hope that as options are scoped and as initial views are considered and assessed, that we can begin to make progress towards reform. I believe the time is right to begin that work. Blame and its attribution can create division, resentment, and in virtually every case it does not change or impact on the reality that a marriage is effectively over. We need to consider ways of how we can look past that and allow couples to work together to agree arrangements post-split that are best for them, their finances, and where relevant, their children. I therefore commend the motion brought today and will ask my officials to explore how we can develop policy options relating to this important subject.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Sinead Annis to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion. Sinead, you have up to 10 minutes.
Pre last Concorla, and I just want to say I struggle to think of any circumstance where a person will be better off or happier being forced to stay in a marriage where, to quote Mr. Alistair, they were married to a philanderer who was mistreating them, but perhaps that's just me. I want to thank the majority of members for their thoughtful and pragmatic approach to this debate, and for the recognition that, like so much of our legislation around divorce is outdated and doesn't reflect the modern, evolving society that we live in. In winding on this motion, like other members, I want to draw members' attention to the impact that separation and divorce has on children. This is a major concern. Separation issues are the single most common issue for advice from the regional parenting support line. At present, children and young people in the north, caught in the middle of a poorly managed, high-conflict family court battles, are at risk of long-term trauma. Lengthy waits and acrimony involved in courtroom disputes often increase feelings of stress and anxiety for children and young people. The breakdown of a marriage can be agonising for all involved, especially children. Therefore, it is important that we put the best interests and welfare of our children and young people first. When parents decide to live apart, children often feel as if their world has been turned upside down. They can experience a wide range of emotions, including loss, anger, and confusion. While many of these children and young people can bounce back from a divorce, others may experience long-term emotional and behavioural impacts. This can affect educational attainment, life opportunities, and even cause self-harm. These feelings are often made worse by the fact that many children have to move home and sometimes school when parents separate. Many families in this situation come under financial strain, even if they did not have money worries before. Even if a parental relationship has been very tense, children and young people may still have mixed feelings about the separation. Many hold on to a wish that their parents may get back together. Whatever has gone wrong in a relationship, parents still have a very important part to play in their children's lives. The current fault-based divorce process can exacerbate conflict and have a hugely negative impact. Research demonstrates that frequent, intense and poorly resolved conflict negatively impacts the young people caught up in these situations. Children and young people should learn that conflict can be managed and that many relationships of all types do not last forever. As a society, we should be displaying kindness and understanding, as well as assisting families to manage breakdown. Society in the north has changed and evolved, and it has many new cultures and family situations. However, policy is not keeping up with the needs of the population. Despite the large number of children and young people affected and the considerable impact on families and the state, there is a clear lack of policy to help support parents in order for them to be able to put their children's needs first. That is why the introduction of no-fault divorce legislation is essential. The Gillen Review of Civil and Family Justice recommended that parents and other married couples should be supported to separate or divorce amicably rather than be required to apportion blame for the purposes of legal proceedings. Anything which can be done to reduce the acrimony couples endure and end the anguish that children and young people suffer is crucial. This motion is a step in the right direction to ensure better outcomes for all those who find themselves caught up in this situation. Going forward, I'm encouraged to hear that my colleague, the Minister for Finance, is considering bringing forward amendments to the matrimonial clause order, which may allow applications for divorce without apportioning blame to either party and to ease the stress on couples and children. We owe it to our children and young people to approach conflict as a result of family breakdown differently, to reduce the levels of anxiety for all involved and the mental health impacts leading to self-harm, and increase referrals to child and adolescent mental health services. I encourage everybody to support the motion.
Thank you, Sinead. So the question is that the motion stand on order, the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just heard one dissenting voice. Okay, so item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.